cooperative society with headquarters in Port Harcourt that offers diverse services such as issuing of loans, financial consultancy, investment advisory, security services, transport and logistics, real estate, among others. Over the past 5 years, the cooperative has consistently offered its members 10% dividends without stories. In fact, statistics have shown that the Returns Market Cooperative, which has the vision to help in the achievement of a Nigeria beyond oil, has impacted between 150,000 and 250 lives directly and indirectly so far. The consistency and reliability of Returns Market has been outstanding. This has made a growing number of individual members and corporate entities to embrace Returns Market Cooperative as a pillar for financial refuge in the face of the increasing global economic challenges. Returns Market Cooperative has helped lots of individuals and businesses to start and offset their operational costs through the consistent delivery of 10% dividends to members and expert financial advisory. Over 100 members of the cooperative have built houses, acquired landed properties, and established businesses such as tissue production factory, packaged water factory, schools, etc. Now, a few highlights of Returns Market Cooperative's recent achievements include the purchase of a gorgeous Returns Market corporate house and other real estate assets, unveiling of 5 new brands: Returns Wipe Limited, Returns Industries Limited, Returns Consultancy Nigeria Limited, Returns Security Limited, and Returns Housing Limited, to help in driving the vision of a Nigeria beyond oil. The purchase of over 20 operational and staff vehicles, establishment of branch offices at Port Harcourt, River State, Uyo, Akwa Ibom, Owerri, Imo State, and Warri, Delta State. And now you can find Returns Market Cooperative at Returns House, number 33B, Rumola Stadium Link Road, Port Harcourt, or visit their branch office at 31 GU Ake Road by Mercy House Church, Elibolo, Elios, Port Harcourt. Phone 08 155 189 002 or 090 346 14444. Email info at returnsmarketcooperative.com. Check out their website at returnsmarketcooperative.com. That is returnsmarketcooperative.com.
.1 FM, voice of the people. Good to have you back here. Lovely morning to you. And the holidays are over. But you know, I was saying something the other day with I can't remember who was it. A colleague. So I said, well, the holidays are for Tuesday and Wednesday, and you expect that workers will come back to work on Thursday and Friday, and the weekend is around the corner. But I said, I know Nigerians. Oh Lord, I knew them. You're going to find skeletal services this Thursday and Friday. A lot of them are still in a holiday mood and wouldn't come back on Thursday, and many more will just stay back and say it's Friday, it's the weekend anyways, so they wouldn't bother. And I said, I know it. So I'm just going to generally ask questions much later at the end of the day. I mean, my friends in other places, in corporate offices and government-owned establishments, to find out if I was right after all. We just have good Christ. We're amazing people. We can read, when we get our mindset on something, we can achieve it. But again, it just seems as if we're just too happy to throw down, any opportunity to just throw it all away and then put our feet up. We'll jump at it. Amazing people, right? Okay, so, Returns Market is at it again this morning. So, Returns Market, and in collaboration with Today95.1 FM, are saying, look, guys, let's do something. And again, they'll be giving out some money today. But I just want you to, understand that we've been actually giving out these things. So far we've got. I understand that. Don't be lost on this long train. It's a long train, and you must find one of the cabins to board. One cabin is passing your front today. It's got 8,000 naira in it. You can't win, no. If you want to win it, though, you can't win. And this time around, we're not going to ask you what you want to use it for. Let's justify what you want. If you like, use it to go and do Dorime. Or find another Cubana that you want to go to and spray it. We're not interested. We just want to make you happy with whatever 8,000 can bring your way. Maybe you've been wanting to give somebody some money. Somebody around your street hasn't eaten and you want to take them out. You know, I think sometimes what we should do is not just buy the food and give them, you know? Sometimes they want to actually have conversations with us. So maybe take them out. Take them and speak to them, especially those kids. Anyways, that's a different conversation, Andy, not for now. So this is what we're doing this morning. Yes, it's back to Instagram. One reason why it's Instagram, because that's where you're going to find Results Markets Cooperative _ you have to go there and like their page, Results Markets Cooperative _ and then when you do that, you must also be following Today FM. If you're not following Today FM, you can't get Today FM's money. And also, you've got to check out my page at Tokani. I mean, all this talk I'm talking, certainly we should be able to follow each other. So this is what's happening today. Go ahead to like returns, not results. Returns market. I was wondering, it sounded funny in my mouth. Returns markets, right? So go ahead and like their page. They're looking for a certain number. They didn't ask me to say it. They said they're looking for a certain number, and once they get that number, they'll announce who that person is. So it could be you, number 6, number 12, number 8, number. It could be anyone, but they're looking for a certain number. And then they talked about get ready to big win. It's one of, the latest posts that they have. So I need you to go there and tell me what. Just say, I'm ready to win. You can see the post right there. They've told you what you can do to win the 10,000 naira. They're giving to 10 people equals 100,000 naira. So I need you to go on that post and let us know what you can do to make that money. Returns Market Cooperative Limited. Returns Market Cooperative Limited. Okay, so it's not underscore, it's not anything. It's Returns Market Cooperative Limited. That's where you should be heading to now. So go ahead to that post right now and like that last post. Check out how you can win 10,000 naira. That's a different thing. But again, you stand to win 8,000 naira if you're going to go in there in that post right now and be among those who have liked it and commented underneath it. And if you are following them too. So I'm looking out for that. They said they're looking for a particular number. We'll be doing that in just a moment. In the meantime, you have to follow Today FM too, right? Today FM 95.1 FM is on Instagram. You have to follow me on Instagram at Talk Annie, and we'll be able to do this at the end of the day. What is most important is that you're able to go ahead and like Returns Market Cooperative Limited. Once again, let me repeat: Returns Market Cooperative Limited is not underscore. I think last time I mentioned underscore. Returns Market Cooperative _ It's not that one. It's Returns Market Cooperative Limited, LTD at the back. So if you follow the last one, please get unfollow and follow this new one now. All right, so that's what we're doing this morning. 30 minutes has gone past 8. Let's just get on with the papers already. And I'll revisit this to get a winner before we wrap up on the day. So sit tight and stay with us. So from the papers this morning, we're starting with the Vanguard newspaper. The Vanguard newspaper. We have scary. Nigeria's population is exploding as its economy risks imploding. Scary. Nigeria's population is exploding as its economy risks imploding. And you also have there, no briefing on Igboho's arrest yet. Justice Ministry there says no briefing on Igboho's arrest yet. Ministry of Justice. And then you also have from the Vanguard newspaper, Nigeria's democracy without Democrats. Nigeria's democracy without Democrats. I mean, what is a democracy without Democrats? What kind of thing is that? What are we doing? Nigeria's democracy without Democrats. And then we also have in the Vanguard newspaper, Igbo Yoruba defeating the enemies within. Igbo Yoruba defeating the enemies within. All right, I don't know within where. Let's move on from that story. Then we have Lalong condemns destruction of farmlands by criminals. Lalong condemns destruction of farmlands by criminals. That story is from the Vanguard newspaper. Nigeria's ungoverned spaces and state actors, toxic council. I think it was yesterday we mentioned about these large swaths of lands that are ungoverned and what can happen in those spaces. When we talked about the jet fighter that was gunned down, we said, if you have insurgents who have taken over swaths of lands in this manner and those places remain ungoverned, we risk losing the entire nation sooner than later. All right, so that's it from the Vanguard newspaper. Let's move on to the Guardian newspaper next. In the Guardian newspaper, we have here a diplomatic stalemate in Benin over Igboho's detention and extradition. Diplomatic stalemate over Igboho's detention and extradition. We also have in the Guardian newspaper, Nigeria has lost its soul, Catholic bishop tells Buhari. Nigeria has lost its soul, Catholic bishop tells Buhari. And then you also have herders kill 3-month-old baby, 12 others in Autumn's local government area. Herders kill 3-month-old baby, 12 others in Autumn's local government area. And then another story here from the Guardian newspaper. We have here, again, APC forecloses third term for Buhari. Again, APC forecloses third term for Buhari. Why is it even coming up in any kind of conversation? All right, let's move on from the Guardian newspaper to the Punch. And then we have Benin rejects Igboho's hasty extradition. Lawyers write Germany to stop moves. I keep wondering, is Igboho a German person? I don't know the need to write Germany. Maybe his wife, yes. Or maybe they're looking for, some diplomatic cover. Well, the lawyers should know better. They've written to Germany. Moving on, we have another here. Reps panel recommends arrest warrant on Emefiele and Kyari others. Reps panel recommends arrest warrants on Emefiele, Kyari, and others. You find that story in the Punch newspaper. Also from the Punch newspaper, we have Dairo solely undertook mission against terrorists. This is what the NAF is saying. Dairo solely undertook mission against NAF, against terrorists, says NAF. And WHO's plan to audit labs in COVID origins probe arrogant. That's what China is saying. WHO's plan to audit labs in COVID origins probe arrogant. This is what China is saying. So they're saying don't probe it here, probe it somewhere else. And then let me see if we have more stories from the Punch that we have taken. Despite Nigeria lost 53.26 billion naira to gas flaring in 2 months. That's from NNPC. Nigeria lost 53.26 billion naira to gas flaring in 2 months. Anyway, when we get to that point, let me hold my fire first till I get there. And then from This Day newspaper, as we move on, from This Day newspaper, we have NNPC records 63% FAC remittance shortfall in 5 months. NNPC records 63% FAC remittance shortfalls in 5 months. And then bishops to National Assembly stop working against electoral reform and press freedom. Bishops to National Assembly stop working against electoral reform and press freedom. And finally, from this day newspaper, Senate directs AGF to sanction officials involved in alleged mismanagement of funds. That is also from this day newspaper. All right, so that's about the much that we have this morning. You can check it out on our Facebook page, Today95.1 FM, and we'd like to get to hear from you concerning any of the stories. So if you're going through and you feel you want to react to any of that, just go ahead and do so. Just make sure that you reference it. All right, so from the top we have population explosion. Scary. Nigeria's population is exploding as its economy risks imploding. Olufasan wrote this. Last year, on my 60th birthday, the legendary Uncle Sam Amuka, publisher of the great Vanguard newspapers, sent me birthday greetings with a poser for your birthday. The poser was, how come Nigeria, a country with such brilliant thinkers like you, is retrogressing faster than its population is growing? In the following week's column, I thanked Uncle Sam for his kind words, then added, as for the poser for my birthday, well, that's a subject for another column. Since then, I long to write on the subjects, but topicality is an essence of column writing. Whatever cherished column idea a columnist may have, he or she should give priority to any major event of immediate relevance. And over the past 1 year, it's been for this country, events, dear boy, events. As Harold Macmillan, a former British Prime Minister, reportedly said. But now, as I mark my 61st birthday this week, on Saturday, July 24th, I want to tackle the issue, namely Nigeria's population explosion and socio-economic retrogression. This is an existential problem that should exercise the minds of all Nigerians. For if predictions about Nigeria's future population are accurate, and if Nigeria remains an unproductive economy, then truth be told, this country is sitting on a ticking time bomb. Let's face it, Nigeria's population has been growing at a stratospheric rate. Just consider the following statistics. At independence in 1960, Nigeria's population was 45 million, while that of Britain was 52 million. Today, Nigeria's population is 211 million. Britain is 68 million. So within 60 years, Nigeria added 111 million to its population, while Britain added just 16. Tell me, why should Nigeria's population grow by 369% in 60 years, but Britain's by only 30% during the same period? Well, social scientists will argue that nations with wealthier and more educated people tend to have smaller populations than those with largely poor and illiterate people. Of course, religion and tradition also matter. Predominantly, Christian countries which practice monogamy are more likely to have smaller population than countries with large Muslims and traditional believers who practice polygamy. So Nigeria's exponential population growth can be explained in terms of poverty, illiteracy, region, and tradition. Yet, no cultural, religious, or social factor can justify the alarming predictions about Nigeria's future population. According to the World Economic Forum, Nigeria will have the third largest population in the world by 2050 and overtake China to have the second largest by 2100. Paradoxically, while most major countries, including China, fret about population decline, the worry for Nigeria is about population explosion. Thomas Malthus, the 18th century economist, was the most famous person to raise concerns over overpopulation, arguing in his treatise, an essay on the principle of population, that unfettered population growth could trigger acute poverty. In his 1968 book, The Population Bomb, Paul Ehrlich made the same point, predicting that an exponential growth in population would lead to widespread famine and social disruption. These predictions haven't happened, of course, but that's because globally, economic growth has matched, even outpaced population growth. To be sure, a large population is not necessarily a problem, given that a country's wealth drives from its gross domestic product (GDP), the value of goods and services it produces annually. It follows that a large but productive population can actually be a driver of economic growth. But where a country has a large unproductive population that is growing faster than its economy is growing, the result will be falling per capita income and thus living standards. Sadly, Nigeria has a large but predominantly unproductive population that is growing at a faster rate than its national output. Currently, Nigeria's annual GDP growth rate averages 1.9%, while its population growth rate is 2.6% per year, resulting in a negative per capita income. Clearly, Nigeria is not harnessing the demographic dividends where a large working age population leads to accelerated growth. But why? Well, the first problem is Nigeria's absurdly low human capital. Consider the following statistics from the World Bank's 2019 Nigeria Economic Update. About 50% of Nigerian workers have only a primary education or less. 30% never attended school. Just 20% of Nigeria's adults aged 18 to 37 have completed primary school and can read. Only 51% of Nigeria's estimated labor force of 90 million are literate. Nigeria has an appalling Human Development Index, ranked 161st out of 189 countries in this year's index. With such a dreadful human capital base, Nigeria lacks a productive working age population to reap a demographic dividend. And he went on and on. Olufasan took his time to break it down. You should grab the Vanguard this morning, really, and read that piece. Scary. Nigeria's population is exploding as its economy risks imploding. I mean, we've mentioned it here several times, Emmanuel. Good morning. Great to have you.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria.
We've spoken on the exploding population that Nigeria is witnessing and how that is exponential. This how much GDP that we have here and the rate at which we're growing that, and how that is a potential for disaster. And like Fasan has said, well, in nations that averagely are very poor, you expect that they'll be breeding this fast. And Nigeria, falling into that category, has been able to double and triple its numbers in 60 years. This what you saw in the UK that just had extra 11 million.
Well, I think
we had over 120 something million.
Yeah, 111. I think.
111.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Britain has only
11 million.
Additional 11. You can imagine from 1960
Yes.
till that. Well, Nigerians are on the fast lane.
Indeed, we're on the fast lane.
You see, for me, Professor Fasan has added a very maybe explanatory condiment, which is the literacy level of Nigeria. That's a population of 211, according to, I don't know where they get these figures from. The fact is that we keep on being on speculative population figure. But whatever be the case, at least above 200 million. Now, Fasan is saying we have 19 million is it working population?
Working, yes.
But out of these
91 million.
Is it 91 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, out of these working population, that there are
it's
lots.
90. It's 90, then 51%.
Okay.
51%, he says, are the literate ones.
Okay. Now, out of this working population, there are those who did not even attend any school, whether primary or whatever. And then tell me, and he mentioned that we are also ranking 161 in the human index out of 189. So you can see that Nigeria is on the nada. We are just on the bottom. How do we expect something to be better for us? Have you seen the importance every time we are talking about human development index? It looks as if some people are not recognizing what anybody is doing. But look at what it has cost us, and that is the truth. When you have such a population, illiterate population, whatever they will be doing will be going on the left side, if the left is what we regard as being bad. Look at Britain. For this number of years, only 11 million. How? Because they have enlightened population and are doing certain things, thinking before acting. But in Nigeria, no. Like I said, we're on the fast lane. Ours is that we need it more.
No.
And again, religion is also a factor. I think in all this,
I think more a culture than religion.
Yeah,
I think more a
culture moves people more than
religion, yes. Because if you check out, if you say, okay, for Islam, where you're allowed to marry 4 wives, and that means you're going to have a lot of children. Well, check out places like Saudi Arabia, and check out places like the United Arab Emirates.
You see, the teen
even Iran.
The teen development and maturity of development into their own cultural background. In Nigeria, like I said, we do not think about all those ones. All we want is the crude way of going. Now, family, I read of somebody in the north, is it Kaduna or Kano, that had 186 children. 186 children. And had how many wives? Either in 50 or 56 or whatever. Then I was looking at the man I was seeing. He said, he was asked, I see that there's peace in the family. He said, no, he is the father. If he comes in, that you as a wife, there's something you saw before you came to marry him. And he is providing all of them. So why would you, as a standard he has set, violate that standard? So all of them respects him and all that. I said, is it the reason why you should have 16 or 60 children? 86 children, good. Now we can see that kind of thought, can it come from Britain? If it is Saudi Arabia, perhaps the center of Islam? Well, whatever be the case, I think government should try to make amends. Let us see how Human Development Index can be improved upon.
It's just, it's heartbreaking, Emmanuel, when you see these things. We talk about it over and over, and for some reasons I just feel like we don't talk about it enough. I mean, I'll leave this here so we don't spend the entire morning on this one topic, but I mean, if I can find my way back there, I certainly would like to talk about it again. But let's move forward. We've got briefing on Igboho's arrest yet. No briefing on Igboho's arrest yet. This is from the Justice Ministry. No briefing on Igboho's arrest yet. Justice Ministry with that position. It says here that more than 48 hours after the arrest and detention of Yoruba Nation agitator Chief Sunday Adeyemo, also known as Igboho, the Federal Ministry of Justice has said it is yet to get an official briefing on the development. The ministry's position came yesterday as Igboho's lawyer, Yemi Aliu, gave a vivid account of how his client was arrested. Meanwhile, some Yoruba residing in Cotonou, Republic of Benin, yesterday thronged the nation's court, where it's believed the extradition hearing of Igboho will be held. Similarly, dozens of protesters gathered at the home of Igboho in Ibadan, carrying placards with various messages such as Igboho is not a criminal, I stand with Igboho, and so on. Igboho and his wife, Ropo, were arrested at Kajoun Airport in Cotonou on their way to Germany. And this was on Monday night by security operatives in the neighboring country, and they were detained. He has been declared wanted after his Ibadan home was raided on July 1st by operatives of the Department of State Service. 2 people were killed by the DSS in the late-night raid. A top official of the ministry, whose legal advice will be crucial in deciding the fate of Igboho and his supporters, told the Vanguard last night that there had been no official briefing on the matter. We have not been officially briefed on the arrest and detention of Igboho as we speak. There have been claims and counterclaims over the arrest, detention, and release of Igboho. Shortly after the confirmation of his detention in Cotonou, those speaking for him said he had been freed and was on his way to Germany through the intervention of foreign powers. However, some aides of the activist denied his release and lashed out at former Army Chief Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, retired, who they accused of writing the Benin government not to release Igboho. Buratai is Nigeria's current ambassador to Benin Republic. Mr. Yomi Aliu-san, lawyer to the freedom fighter, yesterday narrated how Igboho was arrested in Cotonou. All right, but I would think that the Justice Ministry, I don't know what they're waiting for. They say they haven't done anything yet.
Well, who should start?
They've not had any briefing yet.
Who should hear if Justice Ministry has not heard anything? I really don't understand what is going on in this country. If Justice Ministry is coming out to tell me that they've not heard anything about whatever position that stands or that is holding for Igboho, I don't know. Maybe I should come out and announce that I've heard enough about Igboho. I don't understand. Because this is exactly, I think they should have a correspondent there, who are representative, whatever one they choose to call it. Yes. Let them have who will be transmitting exactly what is happening about Igboho to them. But it's not that way. So whatever be the case, I think Igboho, the fact is that I think we've heard that Benin Republic refused to extradite him.
Well, I think they're still going through the process.
Yes.
I don't think that they're able to extradite that quickly. They're still going through the process.
Yes.
I think
Maybe Nigerians were holding.
So maybe this is their bit too.
Good.
Alright, well, we'll find out eventually how that worked out. Let's move on. All right, so let's check out another story. Let's move on from Igboho's case to Nigeria's democracy without Democrats. Nigeria's democracy without Democrats. All right, so that story is in the Vanguard newspaper, and it's written by Ikechukwu Amechi. As I watched the drama in the two chambers of the National Assembly last week over the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, I remembered President John Fitzgerald Kennedy's 1956 award-winning biographical book, Profiles in Courage. The book, which won the Pulitzer Prize for biography in 1957, was a celebration of senatorial courage, acts of bravery and integrity by 8 United States senators who defied the opinions of their party and constituents to do what they felt was right, even when they suffered severe criticism and losses in popularity because of their actions. On Thursday, July 15, when the bill was called up, I prayed that the lawmakers will step up to the table of courage by voting to promote public good. But I was not hopeful, and I was not disappointed. At stake was the very soul of the country's democracy. How can the electoral process be more transparent and credible so that the outcomes of elections will be a true reflection of the will of the electorate? All well-meaning Nigerians, including the electoral umpire, the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), unanimously agreed that electronic transmission of election results will significantly reduce electoral banditry and raise the credibility bar. It will broaden the democratic space by burnishing the process. To be fair, federal lawmakers were on board initially when a harmonized report of the Committee on INEC of both chambers agreed on electronic transmission of results. But before the report could be brought back to the National Assembly for final consideration and passage, some lawmakers, mostly all Progressive Congress APC senators, had been reminded of the infamous admonition often attributed to the communist tyrant and former Soviet leader Joseph Stalin that those who cast the votes decide nothing. Those who count the votes decide everything. Nigerian politicians don't care who votes. That does not matter. They're more interested in who counts and tallies the votes. That is why they go after returning officers with sacks of money and, if necessary, gudgels. What happened in the National Assembly last week has raised a fundamental question. If INEC is insisting, as indeed majority of Nigerians, that it has the capacity to transmit real results real time from all parts of the country, and that the use of technology will help greatly in deepening Nigeria's democracy, why is the National Assembly kicking against that? The INEC National Commission Chairman, Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye, is on record as saying that the Commission has the capacity to transmit election results from the polling units to the registration area collation centers, local government collation centers, senatorial district collation centers, as well as the state and national collation centers. Besides, he said on Sunday, the Joint Technical Committee constituted by the Commission INEC, the Nigerian Communications Commission NCC, and the telecommunications operators met on March 9, 2018. And the consensus was that the requirements for the electronic transfer of results proposed by INEC is practicable. The meeting therefore agreed that the solution that INEC wants to deploy is possible. Since then, the Commission has improved its operations, perfecting the use of technology in carrying out its functions in order to reduce to the barest minimum the human element. Okoye added that the Commission upholds Forms EC8A, being polling unit results to a central viewing portal. Since 2020, the Commission has been uploading these results from different parts of the country. The Commission has uploaded results from polling units in southern Ijo with its difficult riverine and difficult terrain. The Commission uploaded results from conflict areas. The Commission uploaded results from all geopolitical zones. Presently, the Commission has obtained the GPS coordinates of all 176,846 polling units in the country and expanded voter access to the polling unit. So if INEC has been doing this successfully, what then is the beef of NAS? What then is the beef of NAS? Section 78 of the 1999 Constitution provides that the registration of voters and the conduct of elections shall be subject to the direction and supervision of INEC, and the third schedule, Part 1FS 15, says that INEC has the power to organize, undertake, and supervise all elections. So how can the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, arrogate to itself the non-existent power that the NCC, with its approval, will determine whether INEC should transmit results electronically or not. Well, for this guy, Ikechukwu Amechi, he says, there's Nigeria's democracy without Democrats. For him, the lawmakers were not Democrats at all. So they didn't practice what he felt they should have done, like the United States senators who defied the opinions of their party and constituents to do what they felt was right. The legislators in this time here in Nigeria didn't do what they felt was right. They were not democratic in their processes enough. Hence, democracy does not exist.
I think no statement can be that for me, because you remember the other day we talked about this. I said that I want to believe that those who truly behave democratically will indeed jettison whatever their party has as a resolution, and then take to what will guarantee public good. Because democracy is all about majority participation. And now, if you say you are a Democrat, even though Claude Ake, late Professor Claude Ake, had said that Nigerians are made up of, they run democracy without Democrats. And that's exactly what Amechi is repeating. Because now, when you, because I am convinced APC must have had their meetings where they decided on certain positions, like any other political party for that matter. Now, as they came, even though the majority seem not to be in line with them, they are certainly going to, because of blind loyalty in this nation's politics, they are going to execute exactly what the position had been that the party had decided. That is certainly what happened. And in that case, will you say they behave democratically? No, is the answer. But the issue now is that, has it gone out of wind? That there's no way to resuscitate that? Maybe the president won't sign. I believe the president will append his signature here. Because if it's from him and the entire party architecture, then the people in the lower and upper chamber have done good. They've complied. So it will sail through.
Yeah, I mean, but then I think as you know, in a democracy, you think that you will not just decide that you will toe the line of a party, but that you will work with what the people want, your constituents, the good of the people, right? So why the apparent, shall I say, stance that they took here, ignoring the cries of the people, will be where this Mr. Amechi is saying, look, it doesn't look like we have Democrats in our democracy.
Yeah, I agree now. I agree totally. Okay. I agree. You know, what, for instance, a classic example is Onochie's case. Now, you see, both everybody, in fact, the Senate rejecting that. The Senate is not made up of only APC. But all of them unitedly, because they saw that it was a public cry not to bring this, whether she is APC or not, is no longer the issue, but her closeness to this particular party. If you bring him, tongues will keep on wagging forever about this particular action of the Ninth Senate. But that was democracy at play, at work. But here, the job and benefit here is thicker than that of Onochie.
All right, then, Emmanuel, what are your thoughts there? Alhaji Nasir Owelebe, he's a River State Islamic leader and Vice President General, River State Council for Islamic Affairs, and a veteran journalist. Great to have you with us. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Annie. Good morning.
Happy Eid al-Adha.
Yes,
to see you.
You're right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so let's get your thoughts here. Whether do you think we've got Democrats in our democracy? Especially if we're going with what happened with the legislators concerning electronic voting.
Thank you. You see, I've always taken the standard right now in the country, and for decades we have not been practicing democracy. If democracy is defined by the way it is defined, we in Nigeria here, we have not been practicing it. Right now, it's not just about this INEC matter and Senate matter. It's been there. Even those of them that are in the Senate, can we put it down like that and say they were democratically elected to be there? It did not happen. Democracy should be nurtured from the party internal democracy, which is non-existent in any of the political parties. Somebody decide and say this one should go, this one should go, this one should go. That's the end of the matter. That's democracy. When it doesn't favor them, it's no longer democracy. When another person is doing something elsewhere in front, excuse me, excuse me.
It's all right.
They say it's not democracy.
You're eating too much
but
ram.
Right,
You're eating too much ram.
and you forgive me. I know you.
Yeah.
I know you hit very hard. I came prepared to absorb your shock. Thank you.
All right,
You
go
see,
ahead.
our democracy is that when it favors what we want, that is democracy. As long as I'm on the chair,
Yeah.
it doesn't work that way. There's no democracy in the country, and until we begin to practice that democracy, this kind of predatory democracy we are practicing is getting us nowhere. As far as this annex something is concerned, I don't know why that should even be a problem to the Senate. If we are Democrats, if we are practicing democracy, if the welfare of the people is our goal, I don't see why they should have problem there. And they say we can do it. They have convened the meetings and done everything. All this argument about there will be no 24-hour light on this and that, all that very special argument. It doesn't hold. Whether or not there is there will not be any sufficient power in the country to power anything anyway. But with that limitation, INEC has said we can do it. The committee set up, they say they can do it, and joint committee said they can do it. Why don't we give it a try? We should try it. If it fails, we'll go back to the drawing board. But to say that no, let us put an obstacle, that is not democratic, and it is because the entire structure is not people welfare oriented. In other words, good governance. The moment we just practice good governance for any period of time, 5 to 10 years, we'll get out of the wood. Democrats or not Democrats, once the center piece of activity is the people's welfare, the country's welfare, we'll get everything right. People in the Senate there will say, no, we are not arguing because we are APC or we are PDP or ABGA or whatever. This is what will benefit the people and the country, and they go for it. That is when you are beginning to practice democracy. Or when your focus is how do we keep the country afloat. That is when you are beginning to talk about democracy. This body, as I'm just coming in, if you go out there, and I'm sure as you are coming here, you thought there will be rain.
Yeah.
But there's no rain. What are we having there? Thick, dark cloud of what they call this thing? Soot. Take it from me. We continue to inhale this thing. 10, 15 years from today, the insurgency would have been defeated, maybe. And Boko Haram and banditry will have been silenced, and everything is okay. Economy is booming, industry here and there, and then we start dying in our hundreds, and they will say, what is happening? We do not know that bad governance is incubating health problems that will kill us in our numbers in the next 10, 15 years. Nobody is addressing that. So what I mean is that if and when we begin to agitate, we begin to dream, think, and talk good governance, hold the people the governing class accountable, and get them to govern the way people should be governed, the people's welfare, we are not going to get out of this problem. No matter how much millions or trillions come into our coffers, it's going to go down the drain, because those managing those resources for us are not people or country oriented. Why should we be, after 60 years or so, why should we be talking about country? We should be talking about a nation. Right. When we have a nation, everybody has an identity.
All right. What are your thoughts on that one? Let's just move on. The Democrats that would like to start seeing their democratic actions. And then you also have in the papers this morning, Lalong condemns destruction of farmlands by criminals. That story is in the Vanguard newspaper. Lalong condemns destruction of farmlands by criminals. Governor Simon Lalong of Plateau has condemned the destruction of farmlands in some communities in the state by criminals, describing it as callous, criminal, inhuman, and wicked. The governor criticized act in a statement by his Director of Press and Public Affairs, Dr. Makut Macham, on Wednesday in Jos. He said the incidences in the state was an ugly development, expressing concern that it is unimaginable for crops almost ready for harvest to be destroyed by criminals for whatever reasons, saying the premeditated act must be addressed. The recent case of such intentional decimation of farm crops in Pachodu, Jebu, Miango in Basa local government area is totally condemnable and unacceptable. From the reports, this is a carefully planned and executed act that is not only meant to provoke crisis, suspicion, and instability in the area, but to render the victims poor and hungry. What these criminals fail to understand is that such actions will eventually leave the entire state and the country with food shortages, where even the perpetrators will not escape, he said. Lalong assured residents that the government is working with the security agencies to do everything within its power to unravel those behind the barbaric act and deal with them accordingly. He instructed security agencies to immediately conduct a thorough investigation of the act, arrest perpetrators, and prosecute them. He also mandated the Plateau Peace Building Agency to visit the affected areas and ascertain the level of damage, as well as foster dialogue within the communities with a view to ensuring that such incidents are avoided. He appealed to communities, traditional rulers, youth groups, and vigilante groups across the state to be proactive by providing security agencies with requisite intelligence. He said the gesture will preempt and foil such plans, as well as assist in arresting the perpetrators who clearly are on a mission to return Plateau to the era of pain and agony. He sympathized with the affected farmers and promised to ensure that they get justice. I mean, I can't just begin to imagine the pain that the Plateau people are going through now at this moment concerning this. Plateau is always hard. It's, very ugly past when it comes to issues of herders, settlers, and the different communities there and the farmers. In this case now, I mean, this is a new twist to it, where you allow for crops to grow to the point when it's ready for harvest, and you just go there and destroy it. You're not harvesting it, you're not stealing it, you're not denying them from accessing it. You have just gone there with the sole mission to destroy the entire harvest.
You see, Annie, you remember
sorry, just before I can't remember. I think it was in Benue State. Sorry, there's a lady in Benue State who complained that their farms, their cashew farms too, were burnt completely down, and that they couldn't harvest their cashew as they usually will at the season, because it was, and it's not just like backyard. I mean, huge farms, all destroyed. And if this trend is what we're going to continue to see, then we're in trouble. We're already talking about price in food products, in price and the increase in food stuff. Then you can imagine what the future will be like if we continue in this trend.
Well, hunger is already the picture of Nigeria. But I remember vividly, there was a time, I think something happened in Benue State, similar destruction and all that, and then Autumn came up talking about this and that headers, that they were doing all these things. Lalong led a team that came up and wrote something defending the North. And I think he's the Nigerian Northern Governors Forum chairman. Good. So, you see, in that piece, they were not specific to tell us. They say hoodlums. Hoodlums is not anybody. It's just people. It connotes those who behaved badly, in one way or the other, deviating from the norms. So they are hoodlums. And then who are they? You see that they couldn't know exactly the people that devastated their farm crops, because that would have led us on a trail of what Lalong himself said at that time. You see, when something is happening, I have always said it, when something happens to another person, think about how to stop that, because it may one time come to your own scale. This is his home, Plateau. Now, in that Plateau, it has happened. Now he's condemning it, but because checking his tongue because of what he said in the past. Now, I don't know whether federal government, I always worry myself about this. You see that federal government is not hearing them. If you also heard, maybe we're going to read that some people that were killed in Autumn's own home, is it local government? Good. You see, Autumn keeps on talking and people are saying he's not doing the right thing and all that. Federal government, are you listening to all these? Just tell me, Annie, I'm a farmer. I prepared my farm. Towards the time I will harvest, people now range their cows and all that. They come there and finish it. How will I feel? How? Exactly. Is there anybody that can preach to me in any guise and I will accept what happened? How do I feed? That's exactly what has happened. I think Lalong should also try, maybe the northern governors, they should sit down and think about what to do.
All right. Okay. Alhaji Nasir.
Yes, thank you. You see, I get worried because lives are being lost on daily basis. It shouldn't be. But I also I cannot sit down and absorb the governing class, the leaders there, and say, oh, federal government has failed. It's a sing-song, security-wise. Okay, it has failed. So, what about you? You swore an oath to defend and to protect properties in your state. If the federal government, one way or the other, has failed you, are you also going to fail your people? Let me give an example of what I mean. Here in the state, we know that this state was boiling some few years ago. It has not totally subsided, but at least we can now move in relative peace. At the time it was boiling, it took a local government chairman of Onelga to sit down and say, no, this bloodshed, this blood flow must not continue in my local government area. What did he do? He sat down, put together a team, funded the team, encouraged them, and say, okay, go ahead and do what we can do. And we had relative peace in Onelga. That machinery was exported to other local governments, and before we know it, everywhere was beginning to calm down. Is it that the entire political class in these states, from the governor down to all this any jumbo salary, is it that they cannot sit down like this and think, okay, so federal, you are not helping us, we are going to do something and help ourselves? What happened to the security votes that nobody questions? When you say security vote, okay, fine, we don't have any power over that vote, but we expect you to use this in some of these governors and high class politicians. They have information of what even happens in Asoro. When the president breathes, they know. When he travels, they know. If you can have access to such high class this, is it people who come to destroy, kill your people, that you cannot set up machinery to find out who these people are and then prepare for them? When you prepare for them and then they say, let us hear the federal government say, no, you cannot fight back. It happened when it happened there. Were there no soldiers in Bori camp here? Was there no River State police command? But those people went ahead to do what they were trained to do, and the army and the police they did not tell us, look, stop. If you don't stop, we'll deal with you. It didn't happen. So go ahead and defend your people, protect your people anyhow you can. The important thing is to save life. If the federal government wants to use the entire army at its disposal to fight you because you are protecting your people, we want that to happen, and let us see. But they should be up and doing. Lives are getting lost every day. What are we sitting down here?
Continue with the papers for the people of Miango. You see Miango now in Plateau State. Well, Batha. I can't imagine what they're going through at the moment. But then we return. We'll carry on with the conversation. Stay on the dial. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. We've got a few minutes before the top of hour 9, and I've got with me Fortune from Planet View. Good to have you, Fortune.
Good morning, Annie.
All right, so what's new? What are you here to tell us?
What am I here to tell you guys? Well, it's all about real estate, land. We are a real estate development company located here in Port Harcourt. For those of you hearing us for the first time, it's Planet View Properties, and we showcase some of our products here on Today FM, and today we are talking about 3 very good layouts located behind the new international airports, places where you can actually invest and get good return on investments over time. As we all know, when you buy property, it appreciates, and then we also do our best to see that they actually do appreciate by locating these properties at very, very strategic positions around the airport. And another good thing is that these properties we're showcasing are government approved. When I say government approved, I'm speaking in the name of Greater Port Harcourt City Development Authority. It means that if you're getting a property from us, it's approved by Greater Port Harcourt. And for those of you who don't really understand Greater Port Harcourt, it's actually a body that manages development within some parts of River States here. And Ikoyi local government happens to be one of them, where we have these three layouts. So I'll start with Prestige Gardens layout, which is located off School Road, Igritali, about 5 minutes away from the new international airport.
Okay.
And it sells for just 1.5 million naira. It has very fine facilities. You have a perimeter fence around the entire 200 plots. You have your drainage. You have internal access roads, all graded, and you have almost instant allocation. Another good thing is it's very close to the major road, and it's somewhere you can start development as soon as possible. So for 1.5 million naira, you get a plot of land from Prestige Gardens. Then if you're looking at something lower, you can get a plot of land at Planet View Layout Phase 1, which is located behind the new international airport. That one sells for 850,000 naira. There you have installation of transformer and electric pole within this layout. Also, you have very, very good access roads within that access. So you're getting it at 850,000 naira per plot within Planet View Layout Phase 1. And then if you're looking for something of an, when you're talking about land investment, land appreciation over time, return on investment, you're looking at Glory City.
Okay.
Glory City sells at 400k per plot. It's just 15 minutes drive away from the new international airport, and we have as many as 1,000 plots within this layout. So it means you can get as many plots as possible. We are looking at developments within the next 5 to 10 years in this particular layout. So if you're buying it, you know that it's purely a business. You know you're investing in property down there. Yes. So if you're getting it at 400k per plot. Also bear in mind that if you're buying from us, you do have a chance to shop for free at Everyday Supermarket for 1 minute. You're not paying agency fee. You're not paying bush entry. We'll also be giving you for documentation a deed of conveyance and survey plan.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So when are the days where they can go
For inspections. Okay, we go for inspections every Wednesdays and Saturdays. So it's good you're listening to me now. So I'll be expecting those of you who are interested this Saturday. All you have to do to book this inspection is call this number 081 60 36 3989. I repeat 081 60 36 3989. And then for WhatsApp subscribers, those of you who want to get more graphic content on these layouts I just mentioned, the one of 850, the one of 400k, and the one of 1.5, you can reach me on WhatsApp with this number 070 8100 9888. I repeat 070 8100 9888.
Thank you very much for coming through. Just stay on the dial. We'll continue now to join the news desk for the news update.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. 2 of the abducted students of Bethel Baptist Secondary School in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State have been rescued by police operatives. The students were rescued on Wednesday evening by police operatives in Rijana area along the Kaduna-Abuja highway. The spokesman of the Kaduna State Police Command, Mohammed Jalige, told newsmen that the 2 abducted students have been taken to a police medical facility where they're currently undergoing medical examination. 121 students of Bethel Baptist Secondary School in Chikun local government area of Kaduna State were abducted from their hotels by bandits on July. From their hostels, I beg your pardon, by bandits on July 8th. The Committee on Public Accounts has prayed the House of Representatives to issue warrants of arrests on Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, Mele Kyari, Sole Administrator of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Effiang Akwa, Chairman of the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Elias Mbam, and 50 others. The committee needs report on the audit reports by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation for years 2014 to 2018, which is awaiting consideration by the House. Heads of 54 ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government allegedly refused to answer audit queries. Consequently, the committee, which is chaired by Oluwole Oke, prayed the House that all chief accounting officers of the 54 government agencies listed that refused appearance to defend their positions during the public hearing without any written reason should be issued a warrant of arrest to compel their appearance to respond to the matter within a week. Ahead of the July 27 State High Court judgment on the suit to determine who becomes the traditional ruler of Iba community in Emoha local government area of Rivers State, some indigenes of the community have been speaking on their expectations. The respondents advised anyone who may emerge as winner to carry everyone along in the interest of the community. It may interest you to know that the crisis, which started in 2008 due to chieftaincy tussle, claimed the lives of several persons, destroyed several houses with many inhabitants deserting the community. And on the foreign scene, Hollywood magnate Harvey Weinstein pleaded not guilty in a courtroom in Los Angeles on Wednesday to all 11 charges of rape and sexual assault against 5 women in California hotel rooms. The convicted rapist, who is already serving 23 years, has been brought back to the city where he once presided over on industry-shaking film deals to face more charges that could result in an additional 140 years in prison. George Sergio entered the not guilty plea after an attorney spoke on behalf of Weinstein, who was present in the courtroom in a wheelchair. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, please take responsibility. Take responsibility by washing your hands frequently with soap under running water or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. To have a great morning, I am Annie Abdusalam. Thank you for listening.
Never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Peak protein breakfast. That's the secret to how mom wakes up early, makes breakfast for us, and runs off to work. How daddy works most nights and still gets up early to drop me at school. No matter how busy they are, they're never too tired to play with me. And that's because they never leave home without a Peak protein breakfast.
Start every day with a Peak breakfast enriched with protein to keep you going.
Peak. Reach for your peak.
My brother, you don't hear wetin. Next time mobile dey offer super discounts for any select item wey you buy. You mean am? You think I dey joke? To dey part of am, just visit and shop online at nexttimemobile.ng. For WhatsApp, you fit reach them on 0809 828 6688. Their office dey for Alenu Shopping Plaza, Phase 3, Sani Abacha Road, inside Next Time Supermarket. To green them, fit dial 0702 500 5671. They also get office for number 178 Aba Road, Areta Plaza for water lines. If it also green that branch for 0702 500 5672. They also get an office for number 17 Bill Mubiakani beside Chicken Republic. The number na 0702 500 5673. My brother, as you see me so, my leg dey for road. I dey go collect my own discount from Next Time Mobile. Next Time Mobile, quality phones at best prices.
I'm super duper excited and grateful. My name is Pastor Mike. I'm always excited to bring something that is changing the lives of people all over the globe, guys. Always excited. Now, let me tell you this. We are in a very trying period now, and a lot of people are actually finding things very, very tough. Many people have lost their jobs. NEPA tariff is going up. Prices of foods in the market is going up, and fuel prices is going up. Guys, all you need to do is to manage your mind. God said, guide your heart with all diligence. Out of it overcome all the issues of life. All, guys, poverty, prosperity comes out of your mind, guys. Now, why did God say, guide your heart with all diligence? Because mind management is a serious matter, guys. Now, let me tell you this. Let me give you this secret. If you focus on problems, you're going to have more problems. If you focus on opportunities, you're going to have more opportunities. So, by implication, you don't need to be focusing on expenses. You just need to focus on income. So my message for you is that if you want to stay above poverty, get into the money game, guys. Get into the money game. Because if you are making more and more money, you will not need to worry about expenses. You will not need to worry about expenses. So guys, I bring an opportunity to you. It's about our great company that started last year, July, and they have come into space to help a lot of people multiply their money in international financial market. Guys, this market is worth $5.3 trillion per day. It is the most liquid market in the whole wide world. You cannot leverage this market and not be liquid, guys. These guys are building technology in-house. They don't buy from anyone. They don't sell to anyone. And they also put team of professionals together that are doing this for the whole world. You don't even need to know anything that is called trend line or support and resistance. Everyone can win now in international financial market. All you need to do is to just plug in. Our slogan is the pros trade, you get paid. Read my lips, guys. The pros trade, you get paid. This company is in over 200 countries of the world. People's lives have changed, have turned around. People's finances have turned around, guys, and they have 90 to 95% win rate. For the past 13 good months, this company had successfully delivered average of 10% per week, 30% per month. So if you want to change your finances, you cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Let me say this: the super rich do one thing others don't do. They learn to multiply their money. They make their money their slaves because they know that their money works harder than they do. Warren Buffett said, if you don't find a way to make money while you sleep, you're going to work hard for the rest of your life. So what I'm bringing to you is this: we're putting together a Zoom meeting that is coming up by 11:15 a.m. and 9 p.m. today. For the purpose of those who might be at their work, you need to create an exit strategy to live the rat race of life, guys. You need to create an exit strategy. If you want a plan B, you can be a part of the 9 p.m. or our Saturday edition, 11:15 a.m. and then 3 p.m. on Sunday. So you can choose to be a part of anyone. So if you want to be a part of this,
text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820. Again, 0803 201 68.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
minutes has gone past 9. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. And we were going through the papers earlier on before we had to take that break. And we stopped at Lalong condemning the destruction of farmlands by criminals. And then this one here, I truly want to talk about ungoverned spaces and state actors' toxic council. This is from the Vanguard newspaper. Ungoverned spaces and state actors, toxic. This is what a council. Toxic council. This is written by Ladescope Ladelokon. Says since Nigeria has yet to liberalize the issuance of arms, not a few Nigerians were gobsmacked when Nigeria's Minister of Defense, Bashir Magaishi, challenged fellow compatriots to defend themselves against bandits and other criminals who at the moment have become unstoppable killjoys across Nigeria. For a people who are not oblivious of reported cases of how gunmen overrun military bases, it is understandable if traumatized and right-thinking Nigerians express shock at the illogic of toxic admonition of the defense minister in a country where unknown gunmen can kill an army general without consequences. As a matter of fact, Section 14.2 sub B of the 1999 Constitution as amended states without ambiguity that the security and wealth of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Of course, it cannot be incongruous to state that one key reason President Buhari's predecessor, Goodluck Jonathan, was sacked by hapless and helpless Nigerians was the failure of government to protect Nigerians from the lethal weapons of Boko Haram that dispatched thousands to early graves. According to the BBC, 20,000 people have been killed and 3 million others forced to flee homes before Buhari occupied Nigeria's highest office. Nigerians had looked to Buhari to wipe their tears and change the ugly narrative, being a retired war general. He, Buhari, had promised a better country where children will be safe in their schools, something that contributed to yielding votes in millions from his employers, that is Nigerians. It therefore explains why it is irresponsible, even dubious, to push the primary responsibility of the Nigerian government to Nigerians. But when you thought the dust raised by Magashi's strange call that Chop's logic had settled, Governor Masari of Katsina State boarded the same caravan. Masari could not understand why his people cannot fight gun-wielding bandits with their teeth. The governor had in a viral video lamented that his people had failed to do what they ought to be doing, wondering why they must always wait for soldiers and policemen to defend them, even when they have all-powerful weapon, the teeth. It is important for you to fight your enemy even with your teeth. Bite him, he charged. And in a hilarious response to the governor's call, some youths and residents of Katsina had acquired catapults to stone heavily armed bandits. It is not impossible that the aforementioned youths drew inspiration from the story of the biblical David in his battle with Goliath and the Philistine army. Boastful Goliath had told the army of Israel, "We are lining up for battle. I'm the best soldier in your army, and all of you are Saul's army. Choose your best soldier to come out and fight me." You all know the story, so I'm going to skip all of that. Not even in the Stone Age era, where battles were won with the teeth, Magashi and Masari's admonition on self-defense cast the Buhari government as one that is overwhelmed by Nigeria's security challenges and incapable of rescuing Nigerians from the present hellhole. For a government that has been speaking in the language secessionists agitators understand, it cannot be out of place to expect the same government to deploy the same level of energy to make mincemeat of bandits and terrorists, making Nigeria hell for Nigerians in the country, seeming widening ungoverned spaces. Why it's easier to nab secessionist agitators like Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho in Kenya and Benin Republic respectively than it is to arrest notorious leaders of bandits like Dogo Gide and Dankaremi within Nigeria remains a riddle. While Buhari and his men look away, these top bandits keep smiling to the bank on the blood of Nigerians. But with the arrest of Igboho and Kanu, we now know the Buhari regime has the capacity to arrest bandits and terrorists. Sadly, it has chosen to technically allow banditry and terrorism flourish. In some parts of Borno State, for instance, where Boko Haram terrorists have reportedly installed their governor, Abba Kaka, media reports reveal how Nigerians lament how they pay taxes to Boko Haram for road use, not forgetting levies farmers and fishermen have to pay on their produce. Hear the lamentation of the Director General of Center for Justice on Religion and Ethnicity in Nigeria, Kalamu Musal Ali Dikwa, in an interview with an online newspaper, that's Sahara Reporters. And he said, and I quote, "My own area, Dikwa, the people have been under Boko Haram and many other places for long. Since the administration of Goodluck Jonathan and now under Buhari, they've been under Boko Haram. These people have an agenda, and by the time they start operations fully, people will suffer, especially as ISWAP is involved. Deadly sect under Al-Qaeda. How can terrorists take over everywhere, collect taxes, and the Nigerian government will sit and be watching them? Perhaps Diko's lamentation," end of quote, "perhaps Diko's lamentation, or poser if you like, is one reason the Nigerian government will not allow the media to breathe. With the gag order banning broadcast stations from reporting details of terrorist attacks and victims across the country, the Buhari government has only oxygenated the accusation that its obsession with darkness in some quarters through muzzling of the media. But it is only fighting the wrong war. A country unlivable because of insecurity is a country lost. It's absolutely needless to declare war on the media when known bandit leaders, Dogo Gide, Baleri, Dankaremi, are just having a field day, but smiling. And not just having a field day, but smiling to the bank. It's incumbent on those who swore to protect Nigerians to be alive to their primary responsibility. Any attempt to shriek it and hang it on helpless and armless Nigerians is not just callous, but dubious. All right, well, that was Lade Lokum. He's a social commentator, and he sent this in to the Vanguard newspaper. And I mean, we spoke about ungoverned spaces not so long ago. I mean, even when we had the former army chiefs retiring, they did make mention of how we've got lots of ungoverned spaces here in Nigeria. And if you have somewhere like Dikwa, where someone who is from Dikwa says we continue to pay taxes to Boko Haram, and I don't understand if from the time of Jonathan till now, Buhari, we're still under the same occupation of Boko Haram, you wonder, then indeed, what is it that the government is doing situating ground zero in Borno State? Because I know that when Buhari came on board, he said they should move the fighting force to Borno State.
I think Borno State is understandable that there's war there. There's no doubt about it. We can't pretend. But you know, in Niger State, it was just announced not long ago, maybe a month ago or so, that these bandits have come, organized the way they mentioned, I can't remember them again, but they are collecting taxes from them. And also giving them instruction to buy them motorbikes. And so for there to be peace, they buy them motorbikes and then contribute monthly. Meanwhile, we have the military. When we say ungoverned spaces, it's just because the military cannot be in everywhere. But of course, it's within Nigeria. These spaces are within Nigeria. So if there is anything untoward that occurs there and it filters into the ears of people, the military or whichever force it may require should indeed check up there. That is the sovereignty we are talking about. Our sovereignty cannot only be when maybe a nation thinks it wise to ask certain questions. We say, no, don't subject us, we are a sovereign nation. We are talking about maintaining the sovereignty, the territorial sovereignty of the nation. These so-called ungoverned spaces exist there. How ungoverned are they? While they are within Nigeria. And we have a government that should also govern even areas that people are not occupying, so long as it's within the territory of Nigeria. Well, whatever happens, I think government has allowed those places to be ungoverned. Because if, this deep one you are mentioning, since Jonathan.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't understand. Until now.
Yeah, we still.
For them to live in peace and not be killed, they'll keep on being in such occupation. And then such people, if you go and say Nigerian government, will they listen to you? Since they are now paying this thing to maybe insurgents who have taken over that area. And where have we seen any two governments in a nation? That's why we always say, no, you can't have two governments in a nation. But here they allow them. Those insurgents seem to be government. For those that, is it down, whatever they call them?
Where? Dankaremi, the name of the bandits?
No, the people they are holding hostage.
Dikwa.
Now, you know, there may be several Dikwa
Yeah, of course. No, that's just one place.
Good. And now, if such is happening, and anybody says Nigerian government, they'll look at that and say, I hope it's not mentally deranged. He's talking about government. Do we have such? We only know these people that are holding us hostage. I think that's why when this Magaji said defend yourself, I asked a simple question. Bare hands? You know what it means? Even when just robbers that are not trained comes around, if they come around and then they are holding whatever, even if locally made guns, and you come out without anything, how powerful can you defend them? The Masareda said teeth. Well, my own teeth is not for biting.
So bite them if you have to. Bite them.
Those that can use guns.
Don't let them come with your weapons and shoot at you.
And shoot out the teeth.
Maybe use your teeth to catch the bullets.
I don't know.
Yeah. I feel the same way too.
Listening to Governor Massa, my first reaction will be, okay, well, in those good old days when governors today, they are emperors, they are like kings, they rule their states, they don't govern the states, they rule the states. In that spirit also, when it happens like this, in those days when things happen, it is the kings that lead the assault on the enemies. And they go with their princes and children. They say, you take this flank, you take this flank, you go to this sector, and then the rest of the people will follow their king to war. I would have loved to see the governor with his open teeth, his children, and then relations, lining up, and then go after the bandits with teeth flashing. And then let's see how it works out. You don't ask the people to. Maybe I think he was speaking figuratively. I wouldn't want to say he was speaking figuratively. But the person to lead that war is him, no other person. Just like I said earlier, if the federal government decided to look the other way and you are being ravaged, the responsibility falls on you to do what your own part, what you swore to do. Because if it is arms, if you want to arm your people, if you want to arm your people, whatever way, you first of all arm them before you urge them to go and bite. You can only hold somebody and bite, because when somebody is wielding AK that can get you down within a distance of 500 yards, it's madness. That's suicide.
You buy the bullet. Yeah? You buy the bullet as it comes.
Okay, you see the bullet first before you buy it.
You even hear the gunshot. You'll have gone through it before you even hear the sound.
During the Civil War, I was that young. I saw the Civil War, experience it, and I know that once you hear a bullet,
it has hit the person.
It has missed you.
As long as you heard it.
The moment you hear it, it has missed you. The one that doesn't miss you won't even know what hit you. So for you to say go with your teeth or whatever, it's not. They're not thinking. It shows that it's.
But that is where the pain resides. The pain resides on the fact that we've got leaders who are not thinking.
That is.
How did you say you want to be a leader when you do not have the capacity to think? How?
Okay. This is where the democracy we are talking about comes in. People who are should I say leaders or political leaders or governors who are die-hard people oriented will not allow what is happening there to happen. They won't, because they will do everything possible, even if they have to defy the federal government lawfully to ensure that they protect lives within their area. You are the federal government, you have the army, you have the navy, air force, but you have failed to protect my people, and I'm protecting my people. You say it becomes an issue. If the chiefs are down, we'll go to court. If the federal government takes me up for defending my people, I say I swore to an oath. I swore to protect my people, their lives and their property. So what are you taking me on? We'll go to court and sort it out. And if it doesn't work out, I throw it open to the people. People, did you see the federal government saying that I should not protect you and this thing? So what do? That is bad governance at its lowest crass level. It shouldn't happen that bandits will render a whole nation helpless.
Yeah.
Where does it happen? It is not for lack of soldiers to defend us. It is not for lack of equipment. They have all that. When they talk about the equipment, okay, you wield a AK-47. I have the one they call guitar ball in those days. Are you telling me that even a pistol fired at you, your body will resist it? Let's just get this thing sorted out. Just crass bad governance. They don't think about the people. You don't just wake up and tell people defend yourself. Okay, you lead the way. Let's see how it works out. With your teeth, all bad. Your children, your uncles, your relations, all of them with bad teeth, and then you go after bandits. Let's see how it works. If you survive, who will follow you? If it doesn't work out of that, they will tell you Israel.
It's sad.
It's sad. It's amazing
because while we have this crop of leaders, the state actors, non-state actors, I beg your pardon, are continuing to grow this terrain that they hold sway over. I can imagine the kind of leverage whoever the kingpin is, or the bandit is, or the kidnapper is, or the Boko Haram leader that is reigning in Dikwa is. I mean, the stage he was in 2000 and say 13 or 14, and where he is now in 2021. I mean, how he will have grown through and established himself there.
Taproot and all that.
Emmanuel, you see, we're getting closer to that point where they say, bandits can become elected officials.
Yes.
Because as it is now, if it goes to Dikwa and he insists that, well, Dikwa, you guys have to throw me up as your representative.
They will mention his name. And as
the
soon
next
as
thing
he
will say
says
Dan Karemi is the one that's
simple, and there's nobody to challenge him. To say no, he can't go. You should also be thinking about the night if you say so, according to Chimena.
Which night? Nothing happens. Nothing will happen.
No, you see, it's very sad. We've got to do something. Has to give.
Something has to give. All right, let's quickly take this story here. It's 9:31, and I want to be able to wrap up with at least one more story. Then we put our focus on what I really want to talk about. Nigeria lost 53.26 billion naira to gas flaring in 2 months. That's what NNPC is saying. Nigeria lost an estimated 53.26 billion naira in the first 2 months of this year as international oil companies and local players flared a total of 33.04 billion standard cubic feet of natural gas. The oil companies wasted 17.53 billion standard cubic feet of gas in February compared to 15.51 billion standard cubic feet in February, according to data obtained by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation. With the price of natural gas put at $3.93 per 1,000 SCF as of Wednesday, the 33.04 billion SCF fled translates to an estimated loss of $129.85 million, or 53.26 billion naira, using the official exchange rate of 410 naira, 13 kobo to a dollar. The NNPC, in its latest monthly report, said that out of 206.05 billion SCF produced in February, a total of 133.06 billion SCF was commercialized, consisting of 40.15 billion SCF and 92.91 billion SCF for the domestic and export market respectively. It said this implied that 64.48% of the average daily gas produced was commercialized, with the balance of 35.52% was re-injected or used as upstream fuel gas or flared. Gas flare rate was at 7.67% in February, compared to 7.73% in January. In January, a total of 223.55 billion SCF of natural gas was produced, translating to an average daily production of 7,220.22 million SCFs. Out of that total output in January, a total of 149.24 billion SCF was commercialized, consisting of 44.29 billion SCF and 104 billion SCF for domestic and exports respectively. Now, while we're looking at that and how much they lost, 53.25 billion naira to gas flaring, this is still NNPC that says it's records 63% FAC remittance shortfall in 5 years. So let me just read that story there, and then we'll lump the two together. The statutory payments made by the Nigerian Natural Petroleum Corporation to the Federation account, a joint pool operated by the local, state, and federal governments, declined for over 63% in the first 5 months of 2021. Documents obtained by this day have indicated. An analysis of the data presented by the National Oil Company to the Federation Account Allocation Committee in the first 5 months of this year showed that of the calendarized total sum of 613.34 billion naira, the corporation was only able to remit 225.852 billion. The document showed that one of the federal ministries showed that 387.98 billion naira remained unpaid during the period under consideration, representing about 63.21% actual budgetary forecast. According to NNPC FAC data, while the corporation was expected to pay a net amount of 122.767 billion naira monthly into the Federation account, it was only able to pay 90.8060 billion in January, 64.161 billion in February, 41.184 billion in March. But as it earlier announced, the National Oil Company was unable to make any payment into the Federation account in April, while a paltry 29.67 billion was remitted in May. As exclusively reported by This Day earlier in the month, the corporation said it will deduct 114.337 billion from the June Federation proceeds at a meeting which took place last week. The document showed that 225.852 billion was remitted as of May, while a projected 820.684 billion naira shortage of the total net forecast of 1.4373 trillion for 2021 might be recorded by the end of the year if the current challenges continue. While there might be other ancillary issues leading to the inability of the corporation to meet its obligation to the three tiers of government, the NNPC has had to deal with the major challenge of shouldering the government's petrol subsidy payments in the last couple of months. The elimination of payments for what the government now terms under recovery has become a controversial issue for decades, as attempts to alter the existing arrangement has always met with stiff resistance from labor unions, civil society organizations, as well as cross-section of Nigerians. Last year, specifically in March 19, at the time the international prices of crude oil took a downward spiral, the Muhammadu Buhari-led administration had announced the total deregulation of the downstream petroleum sector. However, there has been a rollback of that policy following the gradual recovery of the price of the commodity in the international market, which has invariably affected the pump price of fuel in the country. In all, added to the funding of its ongoing major projects, payment for under recovery, among others, the funding performance of the corporation showed that as of May, 1.088 trillion naira had been disbursed by the NNPC, including 195.652 billion in January, 191.194 billion in February. In March, also 224.59 billion was disbursed, while in April and May, 1.56 billion and 320 billion were disbursed respectively. The Group General Manager, NNPC, Melekari, in March said the federal government was subsidizing petrol with about 120 billion naira monthly, describing the development as unsustainable. All right, so I'm just going to leave this here. Already, the NNPC is saying that, look, there's a lot of shortfall because we're subsidizing fuel, and perhaps maybe other things that they are doing and they've taken on, and we can't remit what we ought to FAC. And yet, on the other hand, gas flaring is allowed to go on, where they could have been recouping whatever shortfalls they're making here with subsidizing fuel. You would think that they will have clamped down the reason, the continuous gas flaring that we see within the industry. I mean, I know they've made previous policies on that for each SCF or something, this is the amount you pay. We discussed it at one time. We said it seemed as if what they were paying then was pittance. So it was easy for some of these multinationals to carry on with it and just pay you the 10 naira that you're demanding. So perhaps you want to increase the amount and then see that you're able to recoup this funding. I don't understand, because I mean, you see that for the month of March, nothing at all came into fact from NNPC. They just said, look, we don't have anything to give you.
You see, Annie, a country that is not serious with its policies of retribution. In other words, you have done well. you require to be commended, either with something or whatever, but at least commendation should come your way. And again, you've not done well. They pursue you with all vigor, the penalty due. And that country is not serious, and Nigeria is a picture of such. Now, this gas flaring will be here. It become a sing-song in this nation. For as long as I can remember, we've been talking about gas flaring, and there has not been any change. In fact, no reduction. It continues every day. And nobody, I remember vividly, that time we talked about this gas flaring and the penalty. They said that we agreed that it was very small. And these OICs, they are doing this because once they ignore that instruction given to them, nothing has come their way to enforce it, but it's very small. They pay you that and ignore that. In their own places, do they flare gas? Why are they not flaring it there? The health hazards in the first place, plus, of course, the wastage. But all these things, Nigerian authorities calculate them and do nothing about those who violate such. There's nothing anybody can do because it's always government that will prosecute such cases. It's just like when we're talking about repatriation of a Boris cash and all that. It's the federal authorities have to do it. It's not a matter of the states. Whether Delta agreed with you or not, it is your duty to do it. Now, it is federal government, maybe via the NNPC and all that, that should do it, because more or less, if you talk about NNPC, you are talking about federal government. Now, NNPC itself is saying, now the refrain for excuse is always on the subsidy, petroleum subsidy. Everything, no, we are taking care of that subsidy. This list that may be going on in that particular place, nobody is counting that. But so long as NNPC have been told, pay this subsidy, be in charge of it, that is the reference now. And no, you see, we don't have enough. After settling this subsidy, we don't have enough. The fact is that, I don't know, there was a time they said they were unbundling the NNPC.
Yeah.
If you unbundle it, which is of course part of the restructuring, I think they will know that the NNPC is making a lot of money, that it should be able to take care of certain things. But if the NNPC that is making such money is coming out to tell you, no, we don't have enough to do this thing, maybe individual homes will start donating money to government to be taking care of issues.
All right, because your thoughts there. Alhaji War?
It's very unfortunate. We'll talk about gas flaring. See, oil was first discovered in Nigeria in 1956. The first export was made in 1958. And right from that 1956, we started, we have been flaring gas because you produce, you flare. If you can't utilize the gas, you must flare it. And that has been happening for 65 years today. And we say we're a serious country. Why won't we be in problem? Okay, how does that time is fuel subsidy? Why should we even be subsidizing? We have the refineries there. Assuming, but not considering that the refineries were totally useless now. It can't be useful. They can't produce even one barrel. And then from 1999, we said, okay, we want to build new refineries. Imagine how many refineries would have been building now. Say, every 2 years, one refinery. Every 2 years, one refinery. Imagine how many refineries we'll be having today. We will be exporting petroleum products. And then you come to think about it, the flaring of gas is marks of unseriousness of the country. Now, there's no way you will produce oil, you won't produce gas. But gas could have been properly utilized even as at that primary stage. How? Simple. You use it to generate electricity. We won't be talking about electricity problem, at least in the Niger Delta or the Orient producing region, because every flow station you have, a massive gas flare. And we have scores of them dotted all over the Niger Delta. It is such that even a report made at one of the conferences indicated that the Niger Delta gas flares can be seen from space. It was identified from space, and it has been going on for these 65 years. Should that happen? It shouldn't. we have enough uses for this gas. Electricity alone would have gone far beyond what we are having today. You can light up all the Niger Delta communities just using the gas being flared at the flow stations. You convert them to electricity and you cluster the communities. After all, back in the years, we have the Emerenge power station now in Bayelsa, which was I think it was the Okilo Medford Okilo administration did that. They established a gas power station at Emerenge. The purpose was for it to serve the entire riverine areas from Ahoda to Degema and all the rest of them, and it was projected to service, and there was enough to distribute and sustain. There were 2 gas huge turbines there, one on standby, the other one servicing. If we are serious, this would have been replicated all over the Niger Delta, and there wouldn't be any kind of a power problem. Then when you have, see, we are talking about gas flares. There are those wells that are properly for gas. They are capped. As you are drilling for oil, you don't get oil. What you get is gas. What they do is to cap it until such a time that gas is now that we have LNG, they can begin to tap those ones. But majorly, these ones that were flaring could have been associated gas. They call it associated gas. These are the ones who could have been properly used to generate power and for other domestic uses. An effort is not even made to encourage people to use gas. You can't go and even the kerosene that we are used to, the kerosene is not there because refineries are not working. The ones being imported, you don't see them, and that is what gives rise to this these people in the creek now, fire that is causing us all these suits now. Yeah. If the refineries were producing correct kerosene, nobody goes to buy fire kerosene. I buy fire because I don't have any choice. It is properly for government to sit down and address these issues. I don't know. I can't understand. Is it that because we are so endowed with resources that we don't know how to manage these resources for our own services? So if we say we are subsidizing, then it is the laziness of the governing class that is fueling this subsidy, so to say, because we have no reason to subsidize when we have the machinery there. In the next 1 or 2 years now, maybe this man's refinery in Lagos, Dangote will come on stream. When it comes on stream, the man is a businessman. He will sell his product where he will get the dollars to meet his this thing. You are not likely to tell him and say, look, sell at this price so that are you going to subsidize that one too? It won't work out because the man has invested billions of dollars to get that refinery, and he will sell his products where he will get the dollars. So if you expect him to come and subsidize your own fuel, it won't work out that way. You kill him, and it's not the kind of business you want to run down. Yeah. You take care of your own refinery. How long does it take to be? It's the same Buhari administration in 1984-85 built this refineries in Port Harcourt and then the one at Warri. How many days? The petrochemicals in NAFCON and this were all byproducts. They were built within 2 years and all this, and they were functioning fine. Why is it that we are so lazy now that we just? I wish there's a way the taps can dry up, both gas tap and oil tap. Everything should dry up. Then let us just sit down. When there's nothing there to fuck about in Abuja or the state, then we can sit. If we want to surrender the country to bandits, then let all of us be there. There's no reason for this. And our leaders, political leaders, are there beginning to debate about how it's not going to work. If we want a refinery, a serious government can give us a refinery within 1.5 years. If you want to refurbish, they have been talking about turnaround maintenance for the refiners. How long will that one last? Just that we are not serious because we have been how do you call this feeding bottle economy we are running, a vegetative economy we have been running over the years. That's what has killed us, and it is on serious political class that will depend and foster vegetative economy instead of regenerative. We are not regenerating anything. We vegetate. There's not going to be there to using our common money to service themselves.
Let's move on with our vegetating selves. We also have joining us now. Posted in Bobo Sophie Brown. He's the managing consultant, CEO, Grain Consulting. Good morning, sir. Great to have you here.
Annie, good morning. Hello, listeners.
All right, so I'm trying to wrap my head around NNPC here. I mean, you would think that with the fact that she can't remit as much as she ought to because of what she claims is money's going into under recovery, that she'll be doing her very best to make sure that she's covering any loophole in any other place where monies are passing through her fingers. One of that will be through gas flaring. What do you think about this now? I mean, they said about 56 billion naira in just between 2 months should have been remitted into the accounts if they had done the right things.
Well, the first is my concern that radio contributions to policy through discussions should not become a kind of social analgesic to quieten the agitation of people. In other words, they listen to our discussions on radio and the public go back and say, okay, the thing is being discussed, when actually nothing is happening.
It's happening.
So we in the broadcast media must find ways to avoid the social media disease, what we call social media, which I regard as internet media, because every media is social. We need to be able to take our discussions here into the news pool so that at least it can get attention by those who have anything to do with policy making. So far, that has not happened, because I realized that between 1979 to 83, when we had only one radio FM station in Rivers State, the issues of budget and budgeting were taken more seriously. The media contributed massively, and Nasser is my witness. We contributed massively to budget evaluation and its impact on the life of the people. What did we do? Radio programs, Nigerian Tide, even the local Nigerian Star, they were all platforms through which policy on budget was discussed. No state budget in Rivers State was passed in a hurry. No state budget went through the state assembly in anything faster than 3 months, because it must be subjected to serious public discussion and contribution. The radio was a very important part of policy making. Today we have about 14 radio stations in Rivers State. On a daily basis, they all have talk shows.
Everything, so much to talk about.
Yes, talk shows seem to have become nothing but just shows. We need to elevate the value of this social discourse on radio to make the public inclusive in the policy making process, so that the kind of things we discuss here will be taken seriously by various groups and they can be turned into stakeholders to push the agenda for change in Nigeria. That's one. And I don't know what you're going to do about it, Annie. But coming from there, just to make sure that our time here and the expectations of the public are not wasted, it's important for us to begin to query what is going on in Nigeria more constructively. There is very limited information as to what is thrown at us in the media. For instance, gas flaring. Between 1999 and today, nobody knows the state of progress on Nigeria's gas democratization project. There was a move when Obasanjo became president in 1999 to create the West African gas pipeline, which was to integrate Nigerian cities into the gas supply map in the economy. Thus, industries and domestic consumption of gas would have raised the utilization of excess gas in the operation of hydrocarbon in businesses in Nigeria. Without that gas utilization plan, you will continue to waste gas. You will continue to flare because there is not enough constructive avenues to use the gas. One, industries that will require associated gas have not been increasing. Alscon, that was to use associated gas as feedstock and as energy, to fire the plant, is down. For years, they have been squabbling over ownership, and this has gone close to 20 years. We cannot resolve a simple matter of who should actually own Alscon. Ajokuta is moribund, is gathered cobwebs. Nothing else has come to replace it. Delta glass industry, all those kinds of industries that require a lot of gas. Aba glass factory, the glass factory in Port Harcourt, all of those gas consuming projects that would have been turning gas into value for Nigeria, they have gone down. And nobody, the National Assembly, the state assemblies, have not called an NPC for a master plan on how to resurrect industries that will utilize our gas reservoirs. It's a disaster that the Niger Delta states, whose environment is subject to adverse effect from gas flaring, have not even initiated any blueprint. And their assemblies are asleep, not calling an NPC to see that gas projects are included in every year budget. They don't care. All they want is to wait for FAC. So you see, Annie, when you have an establishment that is designed to consume, not to protect and produce, you end up with gas flaring continuously. As Sao has said, from 1958 to now, we might just be talking about it in the year 3038 if we have the same set of leaders. But not just the leadership that is at fault. It is also us as enlightened citizens. We've not been able to form stakeholder groups that can insist on alternative uses of gas and other resources in the environment. During the first segment of this program, you were talking about banditry in the northeast and northwest. Last night on Al Jazeera, they were talking about 100 community people who were kidnapped in Zamfara being rescued.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
In our country now, we are not talking. What is catching international news attention is not any production figures that we have to push out, but the question of disaster staring us in the face because of our inability to utilize our resources better. We can't even use our human resources well. We leave them at the mercy of bandits. Meanwhile, revenue allocation continues at the same pace for communities that are no longer in the hands of Nigerian government. These are the various places that were mentioned where Boko Haram has control are still receiving local government allocations, and nobody is querying where such local government allocations are going to. So we need, seriously speaking, and we need stakeholder groups in the Niger Delta who will form themselves not to agitate for more resource control, which is a euphemism for asking for payoff, but to see that the resources we have are better utilized, that the revenues we get are invested to be more productive, and that government and public establishments are subjected to serious questioning on how they intend to increase productivity each budget year. We keep running budgets that do not address the needs of the Nigerian people at local government level, at state level, at national level. That is what has created the crisis of a country flaring 53 billion naira worth of gas when we don't have enough money to take care of our problems. It is a country where governance does not exist, and that is the report card from NMPC. Nobody is holding NMPC to account to say What are you going to do in 2021 about gas utilization? How do we know that you are doing so? They have committees in the House of Reps and in the Senate with oversight functions over NNPC projects. Those committees are just satisfied to go to those places and walk away with
whatever largest they get.
Whatever largest they get. Nobody is holding the committees themselves accountable.
Yes.
At the state level, which does not happen in many other countries that are serious with their lives, the state assemblies have no interaction with the data set that NNPC pushes out in its budget every year to know how these things will affect the Niger Delta.
When we begin to, put these things together, and, I'm thinking about, security that we mentioned earlier, where Masari is saying, fight with your teeth.
Yes.
And then you have NNPC and, the committees that are supposed to carry out oversight functions on the different things NNPC and the likes are doing. And all they're interested in is whatever they'll come home with from that. And like you said, serious countries who are interested in channeling their country forward are more determined about the actions they're taking.
Certainly.
So across board, you just see that, there's this lackadaisical attitude. What comes, what goes. It's not as if there's a detailed plan towards how phase 1 will pass, how we get to phase 2,
yes.
How do we get to 3,
yes.
What are the plans we're doing now?
What does Nigeria need? When Emma was speaking, he talked about the lack of what he called retribution policy.
Yes.
If you don't perform, these are the
consequences.
We call it, another way of describing it is consequence management. If you lead a business into downfall, there is consequence for such misdeed. If you also achieve success, there is consequence for such achievement. You get incentives. In our country, the governance policy, not governance, there has been no governance. Since Obasanjo left, what we have been having is government. Obasanjo at least tried to see that states and federal government came up with a plan. You remember we had what was called NEEDS, the National Economic and Environment Development. Yeah. Then we had SEEDS. Since that administration left,
no more plans.
No, nobody plans anything. We take the budget as instant spending, not looking into the future to say, how are we going to grow the economy of our state? How will we grow the economy of our local government? So where we are is that all the centers of government are just expenditure centers, not production centers.
All right,
and unless we address this, NNPC will continue to go into a downward slide. Our national security apparatus will continue to go into a downward slide, and the quality of life of Nigerians will
continue
know
to slide
yes.
through. All right, that said, we'll have to take the break now for the news update. We'll return, and then we'll be having a conversation on Nigeria has lost its soul, Catholic Bishop tells Buhari. Stay with us.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. Reactions have been trailing the calls by the People's Democratic Party caucus in the House of Representatives for the prosecution of officials of the Nigerian Communications Commission. In a statement issued on Tuesday by Kingsley Chinda on behalf of his colleagues, the PDP lawmakers alleged that the NCC officials who appeared before the House to explain the possibility of electronic transmission of election results lied under oath by claiming that only 49% of the country have the 3G network. But reacting to the call, a member of the All Progressive Congress, Lawrence Chukwu, wondered why the PDP lawmakers will refuse to believe the agency saddled with the responsibility of determining the rate of internet coverage across the country. The former caretaker committee chairman of Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State also made case for option A4 system of voting in Nigeria. No fewer than 4 policemen were feared killed when gunmen attacked a checkpoint in Obiagu and Mechi community in Enugu South local government area on Wednesday night. Though the casualty figure remains unclear, residents said They counted 4 bodies of slain policemen after the attack. At least 2 passers-by, including a pastor and a member of the neighborhood watch, were also said to have been gunned down during the attack, which took the policemen by surprise. Enugu Police Command confirmed the attack, but said it will present the casualty figure later. The police command in Bayelsa says it is on the trail of the kidnappers of Madam Bettina Benson, mother of the secretary to Bayelsa State Government. The 80-year-old mother of the SSG was kidnapped for the second time in 8 years on Tuesday night at her residence in the old assembly quarters, Azikoro Road, Yenagoa, by men dressed in military uniform. The Commissioner of Police in Bayelsa, Mike Okoli, said the command had launched a manhunt for the suspects with a view of rescuing her unhurt. On the foreign scene, South Africa's jailed ex-president Jacob Zuma was granted compassionate leave from prison today so he could attend his brother's funeral. Zuma was sentenced to 15 months in prison for contempt of court last month after snubbing graft investigators probing his presidency. He turned himself in on July 8th. His imprisonment sparked riots and looting that escalated into the worst violence since the end of apartheid, killing at least 276 people, according to the official count. Zuma is on trial for allegedly taking kickbacks from an arms deal with several international companies in 1999 when he was vice president. He seriously denies any wrongdoing. And that was a news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, you must take responsibility. Please do so by washing your hands frequently with soap under running water or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid touching your face in high-contact surfaces when you're out and about. This will help prevent the spread of the coronavirus. So have a great morning. I am Annie Abdul Salam, and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Engineer Silva, please, where can I buy original electrical products such as Benatone products?
Visit vinolighting.com.
Philips products, AKT, C-Touch Box F.
Visit vinolighting.com.
How about Comesta, Coleman, Cortiscan, even Logo Star?
Visit vinolighting.com. Vinolighting has got products such as all ranges of Legrand products and all ranges of cable metals, PG products, OnTech, Sylvania products, chandeliers, garden lights, ceiling and dropping lights, tungsten products, and General Electric products. For international or world-class approved low and high voltage panel builders, rural electrification project, electric fence house hotels, estate maintenance with well qualified engineers for all your electric needs and all your electrical projects. Call 0904 216 3488. We sell, we install, and we maintain. Vino Worldwide Solution Co. Engineers, your partners in electrical matters.
Peak protein breakfast. That's the secret to how mom wakes up early, makes breakfast for us, and runs off to work. How daddy works most nights and still gets up early to drop me at school. No matter how busy they are, they're never too tired to play with me. And that's because they never leave home without a peak protein breakfast.
Start every day with a peak breakfast enriched with protein to keep you going.
Peak. Reach for your peak.
Hello and good day. My name is O.C. Dirisu. In today's edition on Business Talks, we will be talking about wealth creation in financial trading. It's no secret that the world is changing, and it's changing so fast, especially in the areas of business, health, aviation, and tourism. As we all know, there have been a massive movement and innovation from brick and mortar way of doing business to a more secure, swift, and intelligent way of doing business online. Scope Markets Nigeria is organizing an e-trading entrepreneur conference to educate people on the business opportunities available in the online world. In the studio with me today are two serial online entrepreneurs and professional e-traders. With years of experience in trading in the financial markets, they have organized hundreds of seminars and trainings where they inform and educate people on how to generate a more sustainable wealth flow in financial trading. In the studio with me today is Ms. Halimat Momor and Mr. Ephraim Okorodudu. Yes, great to have you guys in the studio with me right now.
It's good to be here with you.
Good to be here. Okay, great. So let's just jump right into it. So I'm curious to know about your company, Scope Markets.
Scope Markets is a global online trading company that provides premium trading conditions to online traders looking for that trading edge. Scope Market has been in the online financial industry for over 9 years. Our head office is in Europe with operational offices in Vietnam, South Africa, Mexico, Kenya, and here in Nigeria. Also, we are the official trading partner of Western Football Club in London. Our sole aim is to provide Nigerians with an unmatched educational standard needed for them to achieve their financial goals in financial trading.
Okay, that's absolutely fantastic, especially the fact that you guys are the partners of West Ham United Football Club in London. So please let us know what is financial trading.
Now, financial trading simply means buying and selling a financial asset over an electronic platform in bid to make profit. The other day, someone actually told me that, they're actually interested in buying cocoa, but they don't have a warehouse so they could actually store this cocoa. And I'm like, you don't need a warehouse. Financial trading gives you the flexibility, the ability to actually trade cocoa, buy and sell cocoa over an electronic platform. Okay, so in financial trading, you could also trade in currencies like euro, the American dollar, the Japanese yen, and also in shares, Uber, Tesla, Facebook shares, and in precious metals like gold, silver, and other commodities like cocoa, wheat, and soybean.
Okay, that's great. It's a known fact that the world is changing, especially when it comes to the area of doing business. So there's been a lot of red flags in regards to some online businesses, especially in Nigeria, with a lot of people saying, there are a bunch of Ponzi schemes and people do not want to actually put their money into, anything that has to do with, online trading. But which brings me to my question. How is your own business different from the rest?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. We all know that most of all these online businesses in the country that has red flags are businesses that have actually promised people ridiculous amounts of money in terms of investment. Well, you should know that stock market actually doesn't stand for that. We are a very firm believer of education, and we make sure that we give you the right education to equip you for you to be self-sufficient in this business, right? And you should also know that stock market has been in Nigeria for over 5 years. We have an office in Lagos, a physical office in Lagos, and we're looking at actually opening more offices in major cities in the country.
That's actually fantastic, owing largely to the fact that you guys are doing your due diligence, so people would actually know that you guys are not any of the numerous Ponzi schemes that we see online right now. So why should anyone think of becoming a financial trader?
Okay, financial trading business gives you the flexibility to do so many things at the same time. Financial trading also gives you flexibility to trade from anywhere in the world. Financial trading ensures financial freedom, no boss, no employees, no competition, unlimited profit potentials, low startup capital, and so many other reasons why I know that one should definitely begin to think about having skills in financial trading.
Okay, I'm looking forward to having a skill in financial trading right now, because everything I'm hearing from no bosses to no employees, no competition, unlimited profit capital, unlimited profit potential right now. All right, so how can Scope Markets help people in acquiring this skill, and how long does it take for one to become a skillful trader when it comes to the area of financial trading? So does it take a year or a month, or I can jump in today and by tomorrow I start getting that unlimited financial profit?
Well, not that fast. You see, the skill of financial trading is just like any other profession, like that of lawyers, engineers, doctors, and programmers, which would actually require within 5 to 7 years, 5 to 7 years before one can actually be called a professional in that field. But in financial trading, you need just weeks or months to actually learn and master the skill. And once you have mastered it, it's actually a skill that can guarantee you a steady means of income for the rest of your life. And that is why Scope Market is organizing the e-Trading Entrepreneur Conference, where we will be educating and informing individuals on how they can learn the skill of financial trading.
Okay, so what should participants expect to learn at the e-Trading Entrepreneurs Conference?
At this conference, we are going to be educating participants on the basics of financial trading, what is being traded in the financial markets, how money is being made in financial trading, how to become a profitable trader, the types of trader you can be to ensure that it doesn't affect your day-to-day activity. Most importantly, we will be having an interactive session where participants will get to interact with our experienced trainers and other professional traders. So, you see, it's a well-packed, informative and educative conference.
I'm sure our listeners want to know the type of tools and degrees required for one to become an e-trader, because it sounds, so complex and so complicated right now. Maybe a PhD in finance.
No, not at all. It's actually very, very simple. Now, the beauty of this business is one needs absolutely no degree or qualification to become an e-trader. All you need is an internet-enabled device, which could either be a laptop, an Android phone, or a tablet. Right? So even if you're a business person, a business owner, a housewife, or whatever walks of life you actually find yourself in, you can actually become an e-trader as long as you have the zeal to create wealth for yourself and you're willing to learn. And that is all one needs, you see? Zeal and willingness.
Okay, so zeal and willingness right now. That is what one needs to actually become, a certified e-trader. So I'm very sure that a conference of this magnitude will require a huge amount of money before one can attend.
Not at all. Actually, Scope Market is bearing the cost of organizing this event, and we expect that people would take advantage of this rare opportunity.
That is absolutely wonderful. So tell us, what do participants stand to get at this conference?
Okay, at this event, we'll be opening a free e-trading account for all participants. also crediting that account with a 100% e-trading bonus, which is equivalent to 100,000 naira to kickstart your journey in financial trading. We will be providing all participants with educational material and certificates of attendance signed by our global CEO.
Those are wonderful offers. I'm sure our listeners are eager to know where and when this conference will be taking place.
All right, this conference will be holding right here in Port Harcourt for just one day. And the date is Wednesday, the 28th of July, 2021. And the time will be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Martel Hotel, number 91 Stadium Road, adjacent Mommy B Junction. I repeat the address again. The Martel Hotel, number 91 Stadium Road, adjacent Mommy B Junction. For seat reservation, all you need to do is send the word PH to 08095678252. I repeat, for seat reservation, send the word PH to 08095678252. So what are you waiting for? Register now by texting PH to 08095678252.
Okay, so tell us where your office is located.
Well, we actually have an office in Lagos, and it's at plot 1, block 8, Memunat Ayojete Crescent by Etol Avenue, just the road beside First Bank bus stop in Oregun, Ikeja.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, Alimat and Ephraim. It's been absolutely fantastic having you guys here, and also letting our listeners know so much as regards financial trading, how they can get involved in financial trading, and what tools and skills they actually need to get involved as well.
Okay, so nice being here with you, OC.
Okay, cool. Okay, nice one, guys. So time, as they say, waits for nobody, and the best time to start planning for a stable financial future is today. So all you need to do right now, register and be at this conference. Thank you so much for listening. Till we come your way again next time.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
Welcome back. 17 minutes has gone past 10. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. Welcome back. And so let's get back to the last issue that we want to dwell on. Nigeria has lost its soul. Catholic Bishop tells Buhari. The Catholic bishops of Ibadan, ecclesiastical province, have condemned what they termed selective administration of justice by the president, Muhammadu Buhari-led federal government, saying this development has greatly affected the country's image in the international community. They also decried the social, political, economic situation in the country, saying Nigeria has lost its soul in the sense that it is no longer a healthy entity, thus necessitating the need for recovery. The clerics, who said the good health of any nation consists in its capacity to offer its citizenry a territory where they can feel at home, feel secure, and enjoy the basic necessities of life, lamented that such was no longer the situation in Nigeria. The bishops in a communique issued yesterday at the end of their meeting, which was held at the Domus Pastors Pastoral Institute, Igoba, Akure, the Ondo State capital, from July 19th and 20th, expressed sadness that the order of the day in Nigeria was armed conflicts, armed robbery, kidnapping for ransom, insurgency, banditry, and extrajudicial killings. The bishop noted that the current waves of insecurity in the country are an indication that the government has failed to address the criminal elements wreaking havoc, but rather dissipating energy on silencing lawful citizens. Communique, which was made available to newsmen in Ado-Ekiti, Ekiti State Capital, by the Catholic Bishop of Ekiti, Most Reverend Felix Ajakaye, was signed by the province chairman, Most Reverend Gabriel Agbegori, and the secretary, Most Reverend Akin Oyejola, where they expressed sympathy for citizens who bear the brunt of Nigeria's debilitating situation because of economic depression and hunger, armed robbery, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, unemployment, and injustice. The bishops lamented that the nation under the present administration has lost its soul and that insecurity pervading the land, dwindling economy, and others are all indices of a failed country needing an urgent revival. They berated the presidency for attacking the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Matthew Kuka, for his revelations to the United States Congress on the state of things in the country, insisting that Kuka made patriotic and commendable points with verifiable data on the unlawful persecution of Nigerians. The communique reads, Nigeria, our country, seems to have lost its very soul because it is no longer a healthy entity. The good health of any nation consists in its capacity to offer its citizens a territory where they can feel at home, feel secure, and enjoy the basic necessities of life. This, unfortunately, is no longer the case in our dear country, Nigeria, where armed conflicts, armed robbery, kidnapping for ransom, insurgency, banditry, and extrajudicial killings have become the order of the day. When a nation loses its soul, its people lose the cohesive elements of human relationships. A nation that has lost its soul is characterized by inept and uncaring leadership, which functions by selective allocation of posts, privileges, and resources, and by selective application of justice. It is characterized by leaders who, rather than care for the citizens of the country, simply exploit and denigrate them. On the presidency's response to Bishop Kuka, the bishop says Bishop Kuka, in his patriotic and frank presentation, called attention to some verifiable data and statistics about the Nigerian situation on that privileged international platform. He spoke for authentic Christians and Muslims who are under persecution. No doubt he intended to solicit the support of that forum, which many Nigerians believe holds the promise of some assistance and relief from our current national crisis. The federal government, however, has characteristically gone up in arms against the person of Bishop Kuka and his purpose. It is commonly said that when there is a problem in a democracy, more democracy is needed to solve it. Sadly enough, our current federal government does not seem to subscribe to this. Reiterating the right of freedom of expression as stipulated in the Constitution, the bishop said that for the sake of the nation's democracy, the right must be protected, while the attempt by the National Assembly to amend the Press Council Bill is aimed at gagging the media, and citizens should reject it. So, we pretty much got the gist here. The communique was made available to newsmen in Adekiti, where you had the Catholic Bishop of Ekiti, Most Reverend Felix Ajakaye. It was also signed by the province chairman, Most Reverend Gabriel Abegunri, and the secretary, Most Reverend Akin Oyejola, where they expressed sympathy for citizens who bear the brunt of Nigeria's debilitating situation because of economic depression and hunger, armed robbery, banditry, kidnapping for ransom, unemployment, and injustice. They said the nation, as it is now under this present administration, has lost its soul, and that insecurity pervading the land, dwindling economy, and others are all indices of a failed country needing an urgent revival. So we're back to that. It was same here now. Continuous question as to whether this is indeed a failed country, if Nigeria is a failed country. Hence, she has lost her soul. Remember, the caption is Nigeria has lost its soul. Catholic bishops tell Buhari. So, a lot of people will want to go quote for quote for you what a failed country, looks like, sounds like, and the characteristics that will describe it. And they'll say, oh, since Nigeria still has a bit of this sort of functions going on, and insecurity has not eroded it completely, and then we can't say that we are a failed nation. That until we have all chips down, this is when you say the nation has failed. But here you have the Catholic bishops who are saying what's going on here is evidence of a failed nation, and that this is the sole reason why we've lost our soul, because the nation has failed, our soul is gone. Emmanuel, let me start with you.
What is the chief culprit?
Well, I believe for me that the country has not lost its soul completely. But you see, all that are happening for foreshadow exactly what a failed state should have. But that's when it happens completely. As it stands in Nigeria, there's government. Whether the government is effective or not, but there is a government which is still making efforts here and there to make sure that order is maintained. And you can't call it a failed state. That's strictly Emmanuel Dubois' opinion. And I think every other person should look at it that way. Because if you say that it's a failed state, anarchy has taken control. And that is
Don't we have anarchy now?
No, we don't have it holistically. But maybe here and there in some sectors.
You have it in bits.
Yes. We do. There's no doubt about it. We do have it in parts. Because there are certain things that are happening. For instance, we talked before now, we talked about that area that are submerged under the influence of banditry and all that. That they're even taxing that particular area. And like I said, there could be other areas. And I mentioned what that happened in Niger State.
Yeah.
And when such is happening, that's complete anarchy. Because government is in place and every other side of the country are not broken down. That's why we still have order running. And that is why it's very difficult for me any day to agree that Nigeria has become a failed state.
A failed state.
Now, if you consider what the bishops are saying, except that they are completely saying that Nigeria has lost its soul, I would agree with them because to a great level, Nigeria is derailing from what you could expect from a country that has its acts together. But the fact that there's still a government like Igboho is agitating for secession and all that, whatever be the case of apparatchiks of government had put a raid on him in Benin Republic, the way they did to Nnamdi Kanu, it shows that there's a government. Whether they went the whole thing, the operations, whether they went it right or not, is not the issue. But it was from government to put at least a stop to all this kind of derailment from the people they think that are derailing. But it's subject to a debate also whether these people are wrong or right.
All right.
But what I'm saying is that government has shown that it's alive. That's why they halted these people on their tracks. Now, the Kuka issue, you see, it is fast becoming a personal issue between Kuka and the government. I think Kuka is right in some of the issues. But I tell you, I always look for a way that to check whatever comment anybody makes, whether it's a reflection of what is happening in Nigeria or not. The banditry issue, I don't think is segregational. Segregational in the sense that only Christians are being picked. I don't think so. As far as this country is concerned, I don't think so. I have said, in Kaduna where you have Christians, you have Muslims. They've been attacking both sides. The bandits. And then you go to Zamfara, I'm not sure they have such combination, Christians and Muslims in Zamfara. I don't know very much about that. But I am saying that even Muslims fall victim to the attacks of bandits in Zamfara. Then how do you now say is these people, the onslaught is focused on Christians? And in fact, the way the bishops are talking, it's like they are agreeing to what Kuka said. And in that wise, I would say no, they are not right here. Even though he gave statistics, these statistics are maybe in areas that they stand out. That yes, this happened to Christians, this happened to Christians, and perhaps Muslims were shielded if there are areas. But I know that some fanatics may shield their own religious people. But I have not seen it become universal, maybe Nigerian pattern for these bandits. So in that case, I will not accept what Kuka said. But if there is anything Kuka said, which I can't remember all of them, but the question is that we are talking about who was it that wrote to the US yesterday, we were saying, why are we now becoming like children? Any small thing we write to America. Now, must Kuka go to which people are in the US? He told that. Which people? I can't remember exactly.
There was a Congress group.
Good.
Yeah.
Must Kuka go there and tell them exactly?
They invited him.
Oh, okay. They invited him and then interviewed him. And okay, if I were in his shoes, I would say exactly all I know. All I know, and I think that's what he did. But I'm saying I'm picking hole in what he said because the bandit approach or onslaught on Nigerians and perhaps in the north is not segregating the Christians and then attacking them and leaving Muslims. So for me, the bishops, Nigeria has not lost its soul.
Nigeria still has a soul.
It still has, whether it's one part or so, it's still there.
There's still a soul. All right, Emmanuel. Look at your thoughts. Alaji Nasser.
Thank you very much. Is Nigeria a failed state? My honest answer is no. It's not yet a failed state. We want to let us travel to Somalia and see what happened there. And we'll compare to what is happening here. You will agree that Nigeria is not yet a failed state. Yes, the indices are that it might be heading towards that, but it's not yet like we have in Somalia, where for almost a decade we don't have any defined government since after the death of Mohammed Said Barry. The country was just every effort made to get the country together again. UN tried, it's not working, and it's not yet as solid a country as it used to be. So Nigeria has not reached that stage yet. We are gliding towards that. Is why everybody is raising alarm. Let us not get to that stage. Otherwise, nobody, not even there won't be any legislature in any way. We can't even practice our religion freely. Neither can Bishop Kuka himself. So it has not gotten to that stage. We are screaming, hoping that the governing class, who are in a position to get us out of that road to perdition, will listen and they do the right thing. Now, on the issue of this attack, Bishop Kuka is someone I admire and also respect. But each time he tries to color the crisis in with religious gap, I distance myself away from him. I visited Sokoto. I wanted to do a transaction while waiting to go to the market. And the nearest bank, UBA, they took me to. I saw a magnificent edifice. I said, look, this is a what structure is this? This is a Catholic secretariat. I said, they have this kind of big structure here. I thought they said any kind of structure here in Israel, you can't find them in the north here. They will kill everybody and destroy everything. I'm surprised to see this very nice big one, a secretariat, right inside Sokoto. And this is good. And I asked they said, why is this building standing here? He said, look, the Amir Muslimin, during the heat of this crisis in this attack, Amir Muslimin, that's the Sultan of Sokoto, according to him, gathered all these district heads and told them that on no condition whatsoever should any Christian be attacked, nor any of their churches be touched. It happens, I will hold you responsible. According to my guide, he said, from that time onwards, or even up to today, there has not been any incident where Christians were molested or church attacked, that kind of thing. I just said, this is good. So this idea of always coloring, when Boko Haram started, they were saying it was all against Christians, all against churches and all that. But eventually turned out that right now, if you take the statistics of all the victims of Boko Haram, you see that the majority of them are far Muslims. More mosques, sheikhs, amir, lecturers are being killed because they preach against them. I know a particular case in Kaduna State where a preacher, after preaching against all this violence, all this, in the evening they just rode a machine. While he was resting with his family, they just pumped bullets into him and disappeared. It took more than 5 hours before security agencies came and started arresting anybody around.
Yeah.
So it is not correct that this banditry or this insurgency or this Boko Haram thing is targeted against Christians. It's not true. Let him deviate from trying to stoke up a interreligious crisis. We have enough on our ground. So I wouldn't buy that.
Right.
But if he goes ahead to air his views about what the country says, you can do that without necessarily trying to bring a clash. After in 1983, later Chief Awolowo went to London. It was an occasion there, and there he said, "Look, the economy of the country is so bad that if you continue this way, Nigeria will go broke. They have to do. The government have to do certain things to bail out the country from this." The moment he came back, the MPN government of Shagari, they dispatched. Who was this national chairman of the party? Akinloye. He went back to say, no, the economy is very buoyant, everything was okay. But as soon as they came back, they instituted the austerity measures, I think they called it at that time. Austerity measures. They had to take to cut down on public government expenditure and all that one. If you say the economy was well, why did you go about giving us austerity measures and all that? So, foreign platform can be used to say what you want to say about a country. It's not hidden. It's not as if the people you are talking to do not know, because there are various governments here. They have their agencies that collate and analyze reports about your country and send to their home governments. They know far more than you think you know. You think you know. So that shouldn't be a problem. Matthew Kuka's this imposition and this shouldn't be our problem. We should intensify effort to remove those areas of complaint Matthew Kuka is complaining about. We should tackle those issues. The other day, Sultan just said it. Say, look, federal governments to rein in this insecurity and banditry. Federal government must tackle the issue of poverty and insecurity. Such people, they have been saying it. All it is meant for the government to really sit down. The governance structure of both legislature and
I'm going to try and wrap you up here. So I'm advancing somewhere.
Okay.
Nigeria is not a failed state according to you.
It's not.
And she still has her soul. Her soul is not gone.
It has. It's only when it has failed completely that
the soul is gone.
It's gone.
So there's still soul here.
Yes, so, all right. Even though somebody was trying to tell us it's a colonial soul.
Let me get
but
to
before the person calls it.
Let me get to Ahmad Posted Brown. We're still looking for Nigeria's soul and trying to determine if she's a failed state or not. The bishops think so.
Annie, this is a very serious question because a soul is supposed to be the higher vision that governs a person's decision making. Is supposed to embody aspirations of the person or persons. When you talk about the soul of a person, it is that which is beyond immediate physical issues. It takes the person beyond the everyday concerns to look into the future of a life after a particular stage of existence. In other words, a soul deals with the concerns of a higher stage of existence. In that sense, is Nigeria today in a position to say this is the higher stage of existence we are pursuing for our people?
For our people.
That's question number one. When we were talking about it off air, hopefully, and I said Nigeria had a colonial soul.
Yeah.
Right?
Initially.
Initially. Because it was born, Nigeria was born into colonialism. So the soul we had was one of aspiring to become resistant to all those things that define colonialism and therefore towards our people's freedom. That was the soul that made us, that one calls a colonial soul. One of that one that resists repression, that one that laments imposed poverty, that one that struggles for liberation, to say that there is nothing wrong with the Nigerian identity except that colonial powers have deformed that identity.
Okay.
Today, does Nigeria have a soul? Can we sit back as a state and say, this is where we want to be? As a region, can we say, this number of states, this is what they want to achieve in the next 2 to 3 years? Can we say that Nigeria, look at since Obasanjo left government, can we say this is where we want our economy to be? And we can see the evidence that we are making progress in that sense. Are we making Nigeria more citizen friendly in terms of the relationship between people in power and those who and their fellow citizens? Grain Consulting, we did surveys every 2 years before a general election. In other words, we did a survey in 2007, 2006, 2007. We did another survey in 2013, 2014, before 2015. We did one in 2018, 2019. And top 5 concerns of Nigerians include the economy, insecurity, and disregard by those in power for citizens. Citizens feel that they are being humiliated by the appurtenances of power, political power and bureaucracy. The bureaucracy we have, the establishments of government do nothing but oppress the citizens. So the soul of Nigeria is meaningless to the citizens of the country. They don't feel that a shared aspiration. So you can talk about the soul of those in power is to acquire more power.
So they have soul.
They have soul. They have an aspiration, and they to steal more money, acquire more power, monopoly of opportunities at the expense of the citizens.
Of the people.
And the citizens now are being forced. If you go by the story that we dealt with at the first press discussion, where we are being told as citizens to use our teeth to fight against bullets, to bite those who are shooting at us.
Yes.
Funny as it might sound, it is a call for Nigerian citizens to organize themselves into stakeholders that have a soul, that believe that we deserve to live, and to demand that our right to live a meaningful life should be respected by those in power. So right now, we do not have a collective soul. The bishops, the religious leaders, the Muslim, whether they are Muslim or Christian, are the ones who seem to have failed Nigeria most. By aligning with the powers, the political powers and the establishment of government, they abandon the citizens. The right of the citizens, the aspirations of the citizens are not protected. They are not part of the policy process. Nobody has said that from 2015 to 2021, these are the things that have been done to improve the life of the citizens in line with a plan that the citizens agreed to. Our budgets do not reflect the aspirations of the citizens. Our expenditures are crisis in nature.
So these things are made over our heads.
Completely, where it's a government process of exclusion. That is what we are talking about. When a government does not have an inclusive element driving it, then the soul of the nation is at a loss.
It's lost.
It's in the desert. And that is what is happening. And it's important for Nigerians to understand this. In 2007, before the general election, if a study we did in Grain Consulting shows that we began to see the emergence of traditional stakeholder groups, Arewa People's Consultative Assembly, Niger Delta Volunteer Force, all of those things. Now we have added Panda. Every election season, the same group of traditional stakeholder groups re-emerge based on ethnic and religious configurations. Only one new thing has happened now, which Nigerians should pay attention to. Our study shows that recently, since Buhari became president, wrong as every other thing may be about our country, something new that Nigerians can grab and use to forge a new
forward,
soul for us is the emergence of Miyetti Allah. Why do I say so? They are the only economic stakeholder group that are fighting for the interest of cattle owners even though they are not fighting for the interest person.
Yes.
He's a peasant of the worst order, right? Today, he's given a bad name and killed for the name he doesn't have. Just like we had in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar.
He said, kill him for his bad name, if not for his bad lines. Now, the Miyetti Allah incidents is something that all Nigerians should take into account. If our ethnic and religious stakeholder groups have left us in this mess 20 years after, it's time to change the kind of stakeholder groups who speak for us.
Economic.
Yes, to economic. What if we begin to organize ourselves into agric stakeholder groups, fishermen stakeholder groups, who will argue for the improvement of our means and circumstance of productive activity? If Nigeria begins to discuss, to use your word, under the public establishment, NLC has become an agent of government. Thoroughly say that because an increasing number of people are being mobilized in the United States against the establishment of the state, as we saw on January 6th, that groups that found themselves in power. In the end, the society was able to overcome those convulsions and begin a process of groups.
This fragile line is just a borderline difference, so it's just
because
it's like feather.
A lot of groups and interest-bearing arena. The more we can equip functions,
Nigeria's future population are accurate, and if Nigeria remains an unproductive country, then truth be told, this country is sitting on a ticking time bomb. Let's face it, Nigeria's population has been growing at a stratospheric rate. Just consider the following statistics. At independence in 1960, Nigeria's population was 45 million, while that of Britain was 52 million. Today, Nigeria's population is 211 million. Britain's is 68 million. So within 60 years, Nigeria added 116 million to its population, while Britain added just 16 million. Tell me, why should Nigeria's population grow by 369% in 60 years, but Britain's by only 30% during the same period? And if I want to do the flip side too and look at the economic growth of the UK within the time under review, I will be shocked to see what I have, because they'll have grown also in leaps and bounds, and then we'll have had the same rate. But I don't have that here, and I can't do it immediately, but I'm just thinking at the top of my head. So predominantly, it says here that social scientists will argue that nations with wealthier and more educated people tend to have smaller populations than those with largely poor and illiterate people. Of course, religion and tradition also matter. Predominantly, Christian countries which practice monogamy are more likely to have smaller populations than countries with large Muslims and traditional believers who practice polygamy. So Nigeria's exponential population growth can be explained in terms of poverty, illiteracy, religion, and tradition. Yet, no cultural, religious, or social factor can justify the alarming predictions about Nigeria's future population. According to the World Economic Forum, Nigeria will have the third largest population in the world by 2050. And 2050 is not so far. We like to think as if 2050 is just in another 30 years, we're in 2050. And overtake China to become the second largest by 2100. So by the year 2100 will be the largest, second largest. While most major countries, including China, fret about population decline, the worry for Nigeria is about population explosion. So I just want to look at this here. He went on to say, to be sure, large population is not necessarily a problem, given that the country's wealth derives from its gross domestic product, the value of goods and services it produces annually. It follows that a large but productive population can actually be a driver of economic growth.
Yes.
But where a country has a large unproductive population that is growing faster than its economy is growing, the result will be a falling per capita income and thus living standards. Sadly, Nigeria has a large, let me add very large, but predominantly unproductive population that is growing at a faster rate than its national output. So that said and done, at least we have a clear picture of this here. Why? What? I just said why. I just didn't see the answer dropped into my spirit. Thank you, Lord. So,
and now you are taking us into dangerous territory.
Very religious.
And we've just agreed you have no sin.
No, the soul returned and we say, Amen.
The soul came back with the answer.
Amen, Lord.
Hallelujah, somebody. I mean, I was just going to ask, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? I mean, you would think that somehow we will get a grip of these things. I mean, as it is already, we were explaining how Nigeria cannot even be categorized as an oil-rich country, saying that the population of the people, vis-a-vis what we derive from oil in itself, can't averagely make us an oil-rich country. If you check out what's going on, the population of perhaps somewhere like the United Arab Emirates and the kind of oil they make, or somewhere like Saudi Arabia, yes, we see enough for economic prosperity and the rest, but we can't start comparing the wealth that these people can make from their oil and the wealth we can make here, saying that we're already 200 and something million plus and they are far less than 100 million in their country, and they make almost similar to the amount of oil that we're making. Obviously, if you want to do the math and divide it and say, okay, each person is going to have this because of this amount that's coming from oil, they'll be getting far more. Each person averagely in these other countries will be getting far more than what the ordinary Nigerian is supposed to get, even if they channel the money judiciously and there's no squandering and spending and stealing. Now, if we have that in mind, and then we're not even breaking off and looking for other viable platforms with which to grow the economy, we're not pursuing that and driving it, and we don't seem that we can't seem to understand how to refine the human beings that we're creating, so we just have them in their lump original shape. We've not refined them enough in their state of nature. That's how we've left them. We allow them to grow into human beings and decide for themselves certain futures that we can't shape, we can't fine tune. How did we lose this? And I was just going to ask, I remember we said something about governance that doesn't understand what it's doing. But then, Emmanuel, this is it. Is this something that we should be worried about? Or, population, let's not be bothered. We'll find some way to push them into. After all, we haven't reached the desert yet.
Well, I think there's no magic to it. There's no way we are going to push them into, because you remember the analogy I always bring when this issue of population comes. You have 15 in a household. And then always you buy a
cup of gari, maybe.
No,
bread.
Good, 15 loaves of bread. Everybody take one. Incidentally, you become 20, and then no production matching that particular increase in the number of persons there, and no money as a result of lack of production. So what you can buy, at least for the meantime, is 15. That means it's not everybody that will be having one in the house. And if you check the people, the appearances of the people in the household will start depreciating, because let's say that bread is what you eat. That means
you have
what you have. Then you don't have enough again. Because it's not, some will not be eating, others will be just looking at them now. So it has to be shared. That's exactly what is happening to Nigeria with this population increase without commensurate production, which will in fact end in putting cash into our hands. I tell you, but there's one thing Professor Fassan said there. He mentioned illiteracy, which that there is no much human development. In fact, he went as far as saying that in the development index, human development index, that Nigeria ranks at 161 out of 189. That means the situation of Nigeria is very precarious on that particular index. And if that happens, how do we ever think we can get out from it? It's still part of this problem I have mentioned, the problem of Nigeria, which is bad leadership. Because if the leadership has always sat down one day and said, why is it that we are enormously endowed by nature with resources, and at least we are trying to get as much as we can, yet we are not developing in the same tune with others? Now, what can we do? And leadership starts marshalling, okay, we were doing this, because truly, if you keep on doing something the same way and thinking that a better result will come while you are using that same pattern, I don't think any other thing is there than insanity. And leadership, instead of saying, okay, let us deviate from this way we've been doing that and not been giving us enough, and then pattern ourselves to this way. Nobody is doing that. All we come up to do is just the same thing. For instance, as we have the present government now, they'll be thinking about, you remember the other day we talked about, what was it that was cited in Gaura, which I said...
Is it the farm? There's a cattle ranch?
I said that the human selfish nature is creeping into the whole management of the country now. Because the president wants, just like Governor Wicker the other day told us that why would he build flyover in his own area? That will he build in their own and won't build in his own? The same thing I want to do for myself. Now, if President Buhari, University of Transport was cited in that place, this other one is cited, and then the issue of is it Ruga or what is also in that same casino. And we're not thinking that way. So for me, the selfish nature of man is coming. That's exactly what we do in our country. And a country that is ethnically defined in terms of leadership will never make progress in all its facets of activities. That's exactly this kind of thing we're talking. The explosion of our population can never be halted because it's not yet. We are not also thinking, because see, if things were planned well, we will even need to have more people, because that will indeed be generating more for us in the country. But now, you don't have anything they will be doing, nothing to bring food to the table of people, and you are becoming 20 while you were 15 in the household. And check the time, 211 million. If we add maybe 5, 10, those that will add 10, we can also not forget religion. If, for instance, it has become religio-cultural for people to have maybe 5 wives or 4 wives, and they give, even one woman can also help the husband to have 8 children. Now tell me exactly, when you have 4, they give 8, that is 32. I don't know. If you don't have much resources, what will you do with them? Some will come out and then start this trade, the new trade, banditry, telling you that what will they do? And Gumi will come and tell you, provide this for them, provide that for them, so that they will leave the bush. Now, when you are talking about, did you ask why was the father, perhaps the mother also, not thinking that our situation were not good, but they kept on making it look like it was good and have many children? So for me, I think our problem is bad leadership. If there could be, because individually, there are some that can say we don't have enough. Let us end at this level. Yet, when others are brought, it will drown your own excellence in thought. So that is something that should apply to almost everybody. But once we allow it in this way, and we are not also developing our people, because I think leadership entails training of people, because it is people you train that can also help develop places. But here in Nigeria, no. So there's nothing we can do except otherwise. There's a change in the way we do things.
All right. Alajuwon?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I was thinking, huge population, we should be concerned, is very critical. But it will only give us that concern if, like we have previously said, the leadership, the governing class, sit down and only vegetate. Business as usual. Then we have problem in our hands. But if by whatever means it will be possible to get them to think, a turnaround maintenance of their thinking profile, so that they sit down and say, yeah, we are here for the people, then this galloping population can be halted and then the ones that are there can be profitably utilized. They put their hands to productive uses, and we'll get out of this problem. Okay, let's give an example. Back in the 70s, here in Port Harcourt, in Transamadi to be specific, you have all manner of industries. You come out from school, even with your school cert, you go looking for jobs there. You'll be surprised that you write the application, it is responded to. They ask you to come, or they say, okay, sorry, some other time. There are many jobs. You can even go and either distribute or sell to raw materials and all those things. You have a lot of things. Back then in primary schools, these pioneer oil mills were in our areas. We come out from school, you needed some 1 penny or 2 pence. You just go to, you don't need to go, you go to the oil mill, you go and pick kernel. By the time you pick 2 or 3 or 4 baskets, you earn some toro, or what they call 3 pence at that time. And your head swells up, you are a big this thing, because it's quite a lot of money. We don't go about doing all kinds of things. So why is it that we cannot sit back like this and say, hey, what do we do with our population? Let's give an example. With our own state here, like Senegal has just mentioned. All right, we are essentially agricultural community, riverine and then the drier areas of upland. So we are blessed. We can go into either venture. If you talk about fish farming, there's no reason why the River State should not be, or the Niger Delta should not be the headquarters of supply of fish to the rest of the country, or even West Africa. There's no reason. There's no reason also where we cannot have signature agricultural projects that, okay, if they are doing it at Daura or Katsina, is there anything in the statute that says you must not do it in your own state? Lagos and Kebbi State went into a joint venture to produce rice, and we have what they call, is it Lekki, something like Lekki rice also. Nobody has said, why should you go into such a venture? Here, back in the days, we had Peremabere rice farm. There's nothing that said that rice farm was meant to not only supply the entire country, but also to export to other West African countries. It's dead. Go to Ogoja, Cross River, a town called Bansara, where he himself sent me to. They have one of the largest rice farm, about 5 kilometers square back then. And it was this same president now who has head of state, when he got there on a state visit, and he was asking, what is this big field that I've just floated? They say it's a rice farm. Rice farm? All this one rice? Who has it? They say it's Cross River State government, Champion Breweries. What do they do with all the rice? They say they use it to brew beer. The man said, what? I was there, I had him. All this rice for beer. Okay, and they say Buhari should import rice. Anybody who wants to eat rice should go to Abakaliki or Sokoto or come to Bansara. I'm done with importing rice. And he didn't. And they told him, but all these places you mentioned, their rice has sand and stones, and I said, okay, fine.
And even that much rice could not have fed the nation anyways.
The money I will save from not importing, I'll use it to buy those machines those people use to remove the sand and give them. Go and grow rice. And that was what he did. What I'm trying to say is that consider the projects we are making in the state. We're making progress. Huge road construction, bridges, flyovers. I think we're having about the 9 of them are being constructed.
Thereabout.
And we hear that each of them costs a minimum of 8 billion or so, something like that. I don't know. Now, I'm asking, let's sell 2 of the flyovers and get 16 billion. And then we divide the state into 4. That's 4 billion each. And we say, okay, we want to replicate what Paramabiri was done. The one at is it no banana? What just
the banana
Songa something, and then the huge fish this in Degema or this, and say these 3 areas we want from this zone, produce all the fish you can from here, produce all the plantain and banana you can. By the time we run these things for just 2 years, there will be so much production that there will be allied processing industries, just like what is happening in the cashew. Up there in the distance, they harvest cashew and sell and they process. So processing industry began to
spring up.
If we have similar these structures here, it should be possible.
So your bottom line
is
bottom line here is that we
should also plan. We should emphasize on life and family planning. We should plan.
You have leaders who are not thinking for the future for us. But then when it comes to this, I'm going to ask you this because I mean part of the reasons why, according to Olufasan, this is happening is because of religion. And he says, as a Christian-based country, you might not find that sort of exponential growth in population. Yes, because they practice monogamy, and that you might find this fueled because of traditionalists and Islam, where the opportunity to have more wives is available. That this is also a reason why we might be recording the numbers we have here. And I want to ask this question particularly. I mean, because if you want to look at religion in itself, Saudi Arabia doesn't have this sort of crazy figures.
Yeah.
Dubai doesn't have this kind of crazy figures. Even Iran. I mean,
Iraq doesn't have.
As extremist as Iran might want to be, they do not have this too. So, is it really just religion, or it's more of a cultural thing?
Good. You see, you've answered. You've made it easy for me.
I'm glad I did.
Yes.
I would hate to make it difficult.
Because in Nigeria here, because in Nigeria here, we feel whenever a population is mentioned, the next thing is Muslims or Islam. They marry many wives, and my father had 3 wives. We didn't have that kind of 20 children of us. I have my uncles. There was competition among them. When this one see that I brought, how many does he have now? He has now five wives. What? I have 4. Who is he to go ahead of me? He'll go and marry. So these things are not religious per se. It is traditional and cultural. Because there's nowhere in the Holy Quran that says you must marry 4 wives and have 20 children. There's no portion in the Quran that says so. What the Quran says is that if you want to, should you feel that you have the ought to marry, you can marry 2, 3, or at most 4. But I, who created you, know that you cannot do justice to all of you. You cannot.
You can't love them equally.
So limit yourself to 1. I know that you may not, but in case I'm not removing the freedom from you, so you can, for several reasons, economic reasons, health reasons, you may need 1 additional wife or this thing. But I know that with 1, you can hold on 1. But I'm not taking your freedom. So it does not say you must. It's not there in the Holy Quran.
It's just saying
what you are having as tradition and
culture.
Traditional and culture is playing a role here, and they blame religion for it.
Because you see them with several wives, and each wife now has 6, 7 children. It's okay. I have several wives. Each wife will just give me a child or 2, so that collectively I have 5 children or so. Each one again will produce 7.
It's traditional and culture, not because, and again, the Quran says, look, you must take care of the children I give to you. Okay, I give you children on trust.
And you can't take care of them.
Take care of them. You must educate them. In fact, it says that he who educates his children, especially the girl children, you bring them up, educate them, and they grow and marry under you. You are halfway to Al-Jannah.
No, but they wouldn't.
So, emphasis is on education and proper care of children you produce. It does not. The Quran does not.
They forget to read that part. They just stick to where he said 4 wives.
It is not religion, but here we are talking about tradition and culture.
Yeah, I think so too. I think culture and tradition from this region has influenced it a lot. Because I mean, even in Ghana, where you've got Muslims in Ghana, you don't see them marrying as many as we have here, especially in northern Nigeria, where they have a lot. In Ghana, I've been to a couple of places that are predominantly Islamic communities. And you still see them with 1 wife, at most 2. And I don't see them with really large. Anyways, like we said, culture and tradition.
It's culture.
Let me move on to.
Anne, the real issues here is, first, is our population truly 200 million?
Well, that's what
it's not true.
Is that what they said?
It's not true.
I agree with
and our population is falsified.
Is it less than 100?
Yes.
Is it less than 100?
there is no way our population will be anything up to 120 million if you count human beings. We have never counted human beings in reality.
We are speculating all along.
Yes, we've never counted. If you go to communities that are given so many hundreds of thousands of people
You
as
see
their
anybody there?
population, you begin to ask them, where are the people? I know the difficulties we have in our communities to meet up every time census is due. The census effort is as demanding as when you do enumeration area demarcation, because you need now to invent the human bodies, the human beings that will represent the figures that have been
You have
claimed.
there.
As long as you tie population to political power, it will create problems for us. It will create problems, and that's what we are having. So first and foremost, Nigeria's population is false. It's not 211 million people. It's nowhere near 150. If we follow,
You want to believe it's nowhere near
it's
150.
nowhere near 150. Look, there are population centers in Nigeria. When you go to those population centers, you see the amalgamation of several states in one place. You go back to their communities, you don't see people. They are not there, right? So the thing to do is to change the mode of calculating population. We should marry population to productive power. How much does a community produce? And how many labor using opportunities can they create?
As long as we have FAC. As long as there's FAC.
FAC is part of the
It's
problem.
part of the
but
problem.
We should match FAC with PAC.
Exactly.
PAC being production. Allocation committee.
You have produced this
where
much,
we
so
say,
take that, yes.
If you have 5 million people, fair enough. So produce for us 500 million tons or 500 tons of rice every year. Should you do 500 or rice or cassava or this? When you match production to population, you will see that a number of things will become clearer.
Indeed.
So right now, that is the first problem. The second problem is that we might be one of the very few countries, backward countries, that complain about population. Elsewhere, the world, the leading countries of the world are looking at population as a stimulus for growth and development. Why is it not happening here? That is why I disagree with Fassan's conclusion. Professor Fassan's conclusion tends to say people are unproductive. That's not true. People are actually productive, but are not getting the optimum possibilities from their potential.
Not productive.
Because, no, wait, Annie, because the feudal system appropriates surplus without reinvesting it. So your productivity is limited. Now, in a different environment, the same people that are languishing in classrooms, teaching for 3-4 hours in a classroom that is not fully equipped. So the amount of energy they need to put in to supervise children is times 10 what it should ordinarily be. That same population, if you had a good school where the children sit in comfortable positions and learning is measured, the same population of teachers can do times 3 of what they are doing now. In other words, better investment will bring out better results from the manpower we have deployed in different establishments. For many of our establishments, if you ask me, what do the ministries do? What do the ministries do that affect the life of people? How many of them have come forward to give? Under President Jonathan, we had a situation where federal ministries now came to give quarterly reports. What they are going to do, how they are going to do it, and the impact on our people. If states copied that and started doing it, we will now be able to match investment to results of what states can do in order to make our populations truly, I don't want to use the word productive, to produce at optimum level.
Okay.
What is happening is that we are not producing. You see somebody, when Professor Fasan says that people are not productive, he's talking nonsense. Go to my community. People leave home at 5 a.m. Go in their traditional vessel, the canoe, which their great-grandfathers used to fish. They still go out to fish in polluted waters and spend 8 hours coming home with one small string of God-forsaken fish.
I see.
Right?
I think when he says they're not
for that
productive,
time-
we're also
for that
looking
time-
at the scale here.
Sorry.
I think he's
for
looking
that
at the
time,
scale here, not that
scale,
they-
that scale you cannot.
It's just the
scale
same way
up.
you use a scale to say, well, in this case, we're not a failed state. It's the same way he used a scale now and said, well, this is it. We're not productive.
He didn't say people are less.
No. They
make every
they are
effort
not
to-
productive is wrong. We should say that we are not investing in their being optimally productive, because the feudal system appropriates all the
Even the
resources.
ones that we tried,
I also
even
understand what
even
you
the
said.
ones,
Maybe if he has said,
but even the
people
ones
are
that
not
we had
optimally
tried to
productive.
help,
Yes.
even the ones they have that some effort has been made to ensure that they become productive are still not productive.
No.
Even the
Can
ones-
you give me an example?
Yes, a lot of people who benefited from what's the name of this thing that is running a presidential amnesty program?
What is that?
This presidential amnesty program.
Presidential amnesty program pays people money for doing nothing.
The
every
ones
month.
that went for training and came back and did not do anything.
You did
at
not
all.
create any job for them.
That's what I'm saying. That because you didn't create any job, you have some knowledge now.
They have
You just
skills.
have to sit down. No, now. You don't just sit down there and say, okay, because I have a skill and nobody has employed me, that's the end.
Annie, if I train you now as a pilot, a helicopter pilot, in the best schools in the world, and I bring you back, and I say, pilot, oh yeah, fly now.
And I can't fly. I won't
Where
find
is the
anything.
first
I will
thing?
not hold
Where
on.
is the helicopter?
No.
Yes.
So there's no helicopter to fly.
Yes.
And I can't find anything else to do with the skills as a pilot I've learned.
Yes.
I can't now gather people in my community and
To
teach
fly them.
No, the rudiments of anything. I can't find any ways where that knowledge I have can be put to play.
And the
No.
point is, in a normal society, you train
In a
people,
normal society,
wait now,
they will
wait
use
now, wait
whatever
now.
skills they have
No,
to survive.
You
Yes.
train people with matching investment for opportunities that will attract that skill they have.
Yes.
That's what other countries do.
See, well, you just told me something here that I think I can't remember whether it's Zambia. A young girl who said that she used to go to the airport with her grandmom.
Yes.
And she used to watch planes, and that's when she had a vision to become a pilot. By and large, she went to the town. One thing led to the other. She became a pilot. She goes back to her village now. She's learned how to be a pilot, and she's trying to ignite that same passion that pursued her along the way. She takes time to take the kids to the airport.
Yes.
She takes time to see if pilots can talk to the kids in her village.
Yeah.
She takes time to draw mini,
Planes.
planes and create them. Create something in there. And I'm saying here that she found her. This news found its way to the papers. People started talking about her. Maybe now somebody's going to see her and give her a grant and say, if you're doing this in your locality, continue to do this. And I'm saying, you just don't say, okay, look, they didn't give me a helicopter, I can't fly, and that's it.
Just let me see, Annie. Look at it this way. From here in River State, you are sending people abroad to be pilots, to pilot helicopters and planes and everything. But here is a marine state. You didn't send them to go and learn how. We have flying boats and all these things all over.
Well, we just mentioned pilots. We
You know,
don't know.
so use that
We
as
just
an
use that as an example.
But the bigger picture is that there is no planning going on in our country.
Yeah.
At the state level, our budgets are so bland. Our budgets are about spending, not about investing. Where we say that in the next 2 years, we are going to produce a maritime sector that is viable. For it to be viable, we need 10 ships.
Yeah.
We need 100 speedboats. We need logistics bays. We need maintenance sheds for this. Therefore, to be the best in that area, this is what we are
These are the
spending
steps we're taking now.
for the next 2 years. And we are going to employ 2,000 people in that area. That's what our budget should be doing. Our budgets aren't doing that. Building roads and flyovers are good things, but they are themselves not revenue generating,
Because they're not targeted to a specific end.
After a time, they become a burden on the economy of the state, because you do not have revenue to support their utilization, optimum utilization. So where we need to go is, again, I come back to this song that I urge all of us to be singing. We must become active stakeholders that are economic focused to demand that interests of various zones of the state and then the country be built around productivity, economic productivity. If, for instance, as Oho gave the example, we say, okay, the riverine parts of River State, and in my open letter to the governor of River State in March, I said so to him. I said, Your Excellency, seafood processing is
a major score,
a major
business.
Only lobsters,
yes,
and crawfish.
That's a major score.
Is $9 billion per annum.
You win big there.
$9 billion per annum. Maize production is a major global sector. It is 29 billion per annum. Why can't we aspire to be the number one in Africa in any of these things?
Yes.
In seafood processing, in maize. I'm very delighted that the governor and Shell are doing cassava processing. But we have no targets in terms of how much they are going to produce, what it will take. How do we create the supply chain around that processing plant?
How does it grow?
To make sure that it grows. In year 1, we will do this. In year 2, we will do that. That's the kind of consciousness we need to drive into our people. And unless you and I begin to behave like Miye Tiala, to demand that... No, it's not funny. Unless we begin to demand that the budgets of our country support productivity, we cannot redirect the lost cause, the lost soul of the nation, which is in the pocket of a few who find themselves in power. All they are doing, I had one of the American managing directors I served under in Kellogg, NAFCON, told me a story. He says, in many parts of the world, the people who own money set up businesses and allow you to run it. Then they sit back and say to you, give me one chicken every day. That's what I want to eat. Run this company, but make sure you produce for me on my dinner table every day one chicken. Or they say to you, no, we don't want to eat meat. Just give us 10 eggs every day for me and my family. That the problem with Nigeria is that those who are struggling to take power in Nigeria do not want chicken or egg. They want both at once. So if they eat the chicken and the egg, there will be nothing left. That was the prospect for Nigeria. He told me that story in the 1980s, in 1987. Today it has caught up with us. Nigeria's rulers from 1999 began eating the chicken and the egg, and nothing is left. If you look at all the states, none of them, if they don't get FAC, none of them can pay salary. They have nothing with what they call internally generated revenue is tax taken from people. If people don't work, where will they get the money to pay tax from? You send thugs to go and start grabbing money from people. That is if they have, they pay. Many of the states, 35 of the states, are reduced to social almajiris. And when we talk about what is happening, Muslim-Christian divide on population, we are just being socially blind. As Annie pointed out, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, all these countries are becoming powers, able to face the Western world, Muslim countries, without the kind of population burden that we have. Why is it so? They have transformed. They have become industrialized. Iran is a very industrialized country. Iraq is the same. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the others have just joined. Qatar, all of them have joined industrialization. Nigeria must industrialize. And we as a group, as individuals, as citizens, must demand stakeholder consciousness to move our state budgets into industrialization. That's the only way population will not be a burden for us anymore.
All right, then. Well, that's pretty much a wrap up the conversation here. Let's see if when we finally get our census done, I'll be looking for Amapos on the board to show him the new figures.
I hope it will be 120.
It's already being done. We have been told that
it will be 120.
Through this NIM and voters registration, they say we have raised there close to 80 million Nigerians and all that. So by the time we are done with all this registration, we'll come up with the actual figure.
About registration, I'm not sure if the itinerant Fulani mercenaries coming from all over all parts of Africa
Sahel,
have
Africa.
not already been registered with your name. Nobody has given us that guarantee. So we might have a situation.
You know, because with the NIN, you know, there's option for you to tick whether you're a foreigner or you're Nigerian.
Yeah.
So the figure itself might not just be for Nigerians alone. It might have number of foreigners
So
there.
NIN might
and
just
there might be plenty foreigners who will come in and still click that thing and say Nigerian. And they're not Nigerian.
You are not verifying it.
Well, we're making headway.
You are not verifying it. So NIN might just be a corridor to legitimize itinerant mercenaries coming across the Sahara.
As well as the voters
for political purposes.
Well, God help us. Right, we've got to go open the phone lines for just a few minutes. It's already 11:32. But this is how the conversation went today. So let's get your thoughts on that. We spoke pretty much on population, and then whether Nigeria has a soul. The bishop says Nigeria has lost her soul and she's a failed nation. We'd like to get your thoughts on that too. So the numbers to dial is 0810-9510-951 or 0817-0000-951. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Annie.
Yes, good morning. Please, what's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Valentine.
Okay, Valentine. Are you calling from?
I'm in Port Harcourt right now.
Oh, you're in Port Harcourt. Great to have you. Okay, Valentine.
Yes, I want to greet you for Fela. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That's a hate speech.
Yeah, it's no hate speech. That was love.
May the peace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be with you all there.
Amen.
Explain to him.
Go ahead before we turn this to a session in the mosque.
Let me quote explain about that. I have not eaten the fowl with the egg. I have only eaten the egg, but I've left the fowl.
Okay, great. All right then.
I've enjoyed all your postulation there. And I think the problem we have is that, let me summarize it, we have to bad it. That is the problem we have. And I pray that God will give us the ability that will help us.
All right then. Okay. Okay then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We got your thoughts there. 0810-951-0951 or 0817-0000-951. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Anil Salam.
Yes, good morning. What's your name?
Israel.
Israel, great to have you. Go ahead. Rizal, I can hear your radio or something behind.
Oh, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to have you. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, my brother. How are you, Israel?
Very fine. I never knew we had such an exposed and enlightened personnel from this part of this country.
We have them plenty. Annie drags them out of from under the rocks every time she likes. Annie and Emma are good at doing that.
They shouldn't drive us away, because me, I would love to meet you, because we need a business government.
Yes.
This political class has failed. We need a business government. It's not violent. Do you understand me? Since we are losing the days of a concrete labor, and Allah has given us a step up stone to do this. It's high time every state, every local government arrange a business government. It is not violent. They do Ponzi schemes and all that just to fake reality. But since you are here now, Oyorokoto produces the highest fish in the whole of West Africa. You are aware?
Yes. Certainly. But we are not processing it. And we are not investing in the people.
The amount of waste in Oyorokoto alone is over more than 500 million per annum.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
So we need
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What they cannot dry.
Fish, crayfish, and other, seafoods. The amount to 500 million per annum. You understand me?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, how much is a quorum? Then how much is a mobile quorum? Taking Abuja as a case study, we want to supply Oyorokoto to Abuja. Do you understand? How much is a mobile quorum? How much is the station quorum? Now let's say there are local fishermen with local boats. Let's give them solar quorums
in their boats.
Solar,
Yes.
in their boats. how much will these things cost me, my dear brother? If I go to the streets of Germany, I can get the street to give me these things at a cheaper rate.
Yep.
And I import them in and we'll begin to give Abuja fish, fresh fish for that matter. If Abuja eats enough, if Abuja market is clustered, we go to Kano and cluster them.
Yeah, okay.
So what are we saying here? So, Prof, I don't know which title you carry. Me, I want to start a business government.
You can start the business government.
Yes, sir. It's important.
It is important that we
important.
know what the future must be for us. If you can't imagine the future, then you can't plan towards it.
Yeah.
All right. So 0810-951-0951. Hello, today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Yeah. Good morning. What's your name?
I'm Obina. I greet everybody in the studio.
Thank you.
I'm
Hello. Thank you.
About your guest. You know, I don't know this master. I call you master now. You did not spend your lifetime in Nigeria here because you are not sounding like one of the Nigerian politicians. I want to commend you. I don't have to. Because you're not sounding like he's not in Nigeria, but you know what is going on in Nigeria. We need these kind of people in government, but they will not allow them to come up. You know, currently we are interested in livestock, cow. Everybody is interested in cow. That's why insecurity and the cost of food price is increasing every day. I want everybody to be sincere. If currently we like what is going on in Nigeria, people are not condemning the activities of federal government, pretending. With pretend, we are not going anywhere. So all of us have to wake up and condemn everything so that we build a good government. And government is about individuals now that are bigger than the law.
Yep.
So I'm happy about you, my brother.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Got your thoughts there, 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951. I'll just try and see if I can take one last call, then we'll leave. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, I guess.
Thank you. Good morning.
I am Grandpa.
Grandpa, great to have you. Go ahead.
He has spoken well, but I want to advise that the callers should hear me, the contributors should hear me. This is not a forum for politics. He has never dealt on anything political. He's saying the truth. If you're in Nigeria, know what is happening, know what is there. Please, remove your sentiments and follow this man as he's talking. However, I want to say that the problem we have is that we have inherited consumption. We want to be consuming nation, consuming state, consuming local government without productivity. How can a nation develop if there are no industries? I've spoken since 2000 till date. I'm a grandpa. And no industry has been established. You don't establish cottage industries. I've asked even if I say that has money. Instead of using the money for things that will not benefit the people, at the moment, invest in cottage industries. And from there, you can build whatever infrastructure you want to build. So that people will get employment. This cottage industries can metamorphose to factories in the near future. You can use whatever you get from them to build other cottage industries. And there will be development. River State can set an example better than Lagos State. But everything is here. We have the land, we have the bread, we have any person who can work for the government. Free. So, but it's not happening. People are talking of infrastructure. And how can you establish goodness, goodwill between you and the people when people are hungry? It is not whatever you build. It is how people are benefited. What was on their table. I therefore advise that both state, local governments, and federal government should establish cottage industries everywhere so that there is productivity. We have been talking too much. You go to places we stay, like schools today, go to primary schools, go to secondary schools. I mean, Transamad, come and see by yourself. 100 pupils in one class, no teacher. In a school of 600 pupils, no teacher, 3 teachers alone. In secondary school, no place, no table to write, no seat, nothing. And the Commissioner of Education is there, the Foreign Secretary is there. What are their jobs? If you cannot develop these children, how do you think they are going to develop future? Give them the incentive, give them the willingness. Make them to know that they belong to this country so that they can be productive. And I don't mind, it's a devil's workshop If they don't have anything to do, they are recruited into court groups every day. People in primary school and court groups, because there's nothing they're doing. I beg that this our man should continue to talk. I will support you in whatever. I may even ask for a number when you finish so I can talk to you privately. Thank you.
All right, Elder. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know what you want to do that they are going to be supporting you. But, I mean, I've never known you to be gunning for any political office. But, I mean, if you're encouraged now.
We can start now.
We can start. Let me just
now I know my enemies.
Nigerian Productive Party.
Let me quickly take my position inside this.
I want to
this emerging government.
Mieti Allah of fishermen and farmers. Mieti Allah of fishermen and farmers.
So let me quickly run through our Facebook page. Olushola James says, good morning, my sister and all the analysts. Population explosion. I agree with Olufas and his article. It's more scary when we have a government that is not even talking population census to know and plan for the future. Our economic planning is blind and based on guesswork. All right. Then we also have. Okay, I think there's a bit more to that story. Let me just read it all out so I don't cut you off halfway. Just a moment, please. Okay. You said our economic planning is blind and based on guesswork. The last census in Nigeria was about 15 years ago. So we just give speculative counts and we're increasing at galloping exponential rate. This is why the crime rate is also galloping and poverty is alarming. Nigeria has lost her soul. I'm happy that these bishops are speaking up now, are aligned with your points and can't agree less. Chinwendu Offerum and says, good morning, Annie. I think the best thing to be done in this country now is for all the political leaders in Nigeria to apologize to all Nigerians for their total failure and not to take us for not taking us to our promised land. Kings of Ira says, good morning, everyone. I feel like changing my nationality because every news coming out from Nigeria every day is so frustrating, ranging from population explosion, corruption, lack of plans by these self-serving politicians who lack ideas on how to manage our enormous natural and human resources as a result of these. I dare say that Bishop Kuka is apt by saying Nigeria is a failed state, and I want to re-emphasize that Nigeria is a failed state. Well, it was not Bishop Kuka who said that, it was a different set of bishops. Thank God that Tegbu says, for me, nothing is bad with our population, just those that swear that nothing good will exist, hence they are still alive. Those are founding fathers had damaged the country long ago with their bad leadership. The economy is biting us harder because of the policies of the government. India, with much population, more better than Nigeria with less populace. What is bad, and what is good. Well, you should go to some parts of India, really. You see the starvation in your face, glaring. Poverty in India is crazy.
It slaps you 2 times on arrival.
It's crazy.
And then your eyes will shine.
Forget the Bollywood they show you. Tango that Tegbo says headsman killed 3-month-old baby. Very sad news that a baby of 3 months was killed by a headsman. It pains me when I see federal government pampering these headsmen that have sold their souls to the devil. What does a baby of 3 months know that they warrant them to kill them? And from the beginning of the week to the end of this week, he didn't hear good news in Nigeria. No, please don't tell me I will hear good news. Newton Ikere says no briefing on Igboho's arrest yet. Justice Ministry, what a face-saving move. Firstly, there's nothing to brief. Secondly, any kind of briefing now will bring them to more disrepute. They have swallowed a crossbone. They can neither swallow it nor vomit it. What's that Nigerian slang again? We what here? And then Newton Ikere here also says, again, APC forecloses third term for Buhari. I also watched a Hollywood movie where the head of a criminal organization, each time he was interviewed, will advise the general public against criminal activities. His slogan was, crime does not pay. This continued until the day he was arrested. Even as they were arresting him, he kept shouting, crime does not pay. This is exactly the same thing APC is telling Nigerians now. He finally wrapped it up with diplomatic stalemate in Benin over Igboho's detention and extradition. Here is tiny Benin Republic teaching the self-acclaimed giant of Africa a lesson in the rule of law. What a shame. I know very soon the Buhari administration will resort to cheap blackmail. They are good at being bad. Chile Edwin says these Catholic bishops probably were not in Nigeria when the PDP government gave birth to Boko Haram that has escalated to all forms of insecurity yet being sponsored by the PDP remnants. The Catholic bishops are angry that this present government is not giving them the attention that they think they deserve. Kuka and his cohorts are PDP silent members who are aggrieved by the way they were shamefully disgraced out of power, and no matter how hard Kuka tries, he can't bring down this government. He also said there's nothing wrong with Nigeria's population, rather bad governance is our problem. I hope you understand, Chile, that if you say bad governance, that means the people in power now are also churning out those kind of bad policies. Nigeria is rich in everything, but misappropriation of our commonwealth is the only problem. Nigeria's hidden wealth will shock you if revealed. Ebuka, that's why we want leaders who can see the future and know where this hidden wealth is and will go there with their diggers and dig it up. Not the ones who will tell us that we should go and catch the bullet with our teeth. Ebuka says Nigeria is a failed state. If not you and most of us choose to be reasonable, the country will have gone by now. Government has nothing to offer. All right. Well, I think one thing that I'd like the people to do today is find the soul of Nigeria. If you find it, please let me know. We've got to go. Let me start with Alhaji Nasser. All about right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I still insist that our problem can be solved with good governance and the active participation of the people towards ensuring that good governance becomes a kind of a religion. Without that, we're not going to make any headway. And please let those in positions of authority try as much as possible not to stoke religious sentiment on critical national issues. At least we still have a country we can call our own, and we should do everything possible to keep it that way so that at the end of the day we can all come together and solve our problems. No outsiders will come to solve our problems for us. We are going to dig down and solve our problems by looking ourselves in the face and telling our leaders the truth and making them also adhere to that truth.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Alhaji Nasser Oelebel, Rivers State Islamic leader, Vice President General, Rivers State Council for Islamic Affairs, and a veteran journalist. We appreciate your coming here today. And once again, Barka de Salah to you. All right. And then Paul Sonibobo Bosofri Brown.
Well, our listeners, the challenge before us is that the Nigerian state has continued to give us more government and no governance. We as a people need to begin to reorganize ourselves to ensure that we have an inclusive government that will create governance. We have not had that. So we'd like to advise that every local government should have a blueprint, a plan where it wants to be in the next 2 years, in the next 4 years, in the next 10 years. What will your community be? Every community needs that plan. Every local government needs that plan. Then we need to take the playbook of Miyetti Allah, copy them, and insist that farmers, fishermen, truck drivers, market people be included in the budget each year. Gari sellers, yes. Why can't we have Ikwere Gari sold in London? Why can't we have properly? Now China is making Gari that has 6 months shelf life, whereas our own Gari locally here cannot do 2 weeks. It is because it's not well processed. We need to form Miyetti Allah type of organizations to be included in a budget that will make our people industrious, industrialized, and totally operating at optimum performance.
Personable Bobo Sofri Brown, Managing Consultant, CEO, Grain Consulting. Thank you. Emmanuel Ndukwe?
Well, population is not a bad thing if it's very much. However, if it doesn't go with production, then it's a problem. But we can be productive, and who makes it possible? Government. If you train people, make sure you also invest on them so that they indeed will be actively productive. And if there is no production, our population becomes a problem.
Well, all aside government to also have a dream, for heaven's sake. Have a dream. As an individual, what do you want to do? Have a dream, pursue it. I can't imagine. You just, okay, I can't. So that's it. Your life is over. Anyways, we've got to go. But before we leave, and let me not forget to announce the winner. Remember that we told you that Today FM was giving out, in conjunction with Returns Market Cooperative Limited, we're giving out 8,000 to one special person today. Oh, it's not you, sir. So we're giving 8,000. Yes, we're celebrating our 8th years anniversary. So we've been giving out 8,000 since the beginning of this week. So 8,000 naira goes to one person, and we give you the instructions on how you can emerge. I have the person's ID here sent to me. Choosy02. I think you're Martin CN on Instagram. Choosy02. So you're the winner. You have to come to Today FM. You have to make sure that you do that as quickly as possible. If not, if we don't see you after 24 hours, somebody else gets your prize. Okay? Because we don't want that sitting down here. You have to pick up. There's a prize from Returns Market here for you to pick, and then there's the money for you to also pick. So make your way to Today 95.1 FM, and congratulations to you, Choosy02. Thank you very much for everybody else who participated in the conversation, sent your messages on Facebook and called in. We truly appreciate you. Just continue to be an example of what a great citizen is. I'll be back here again tomorrow. We'll have this conversation right here on this dial, Today 95.1 FM. Entertainment Express, since we eventually took their time, will come to you at 12:30. Please don't touch the dial.
Wake up. It's a Wake up. It's a out there.
You've been listening to Today's Quest here on Today 95.1.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Join us next time, weekdays from 6 to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1.
There's no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Here at Today, we bring you what you need to hear.
But this is what they're going after. They're not going to
Let me learn it has to be applicable to all
No,
situations.
it cannot be, because when the evidence.
Some people are not sure of 1 meal a day in a society with such huge potentials.
If a criminal passes that place, whichever means he used in passing, and you turn around to blame the citizen, for instance, people will ask you, were you not there?
Malaria kills Nigerians. Malaria.
News.
This is the World News. I am Annie Abdul Salam. In the headlines, Federal Executive
Sports and entertainment.
Straight up to football on the show.
This is Today. Every day, 24/7, 365. We are your official all-year radio station.
On with the show.
On with the show.
Best in talk, news, sports, and every other conversation. We are Today. Now that's entertainment.
International black man.
Voice of the people.
She said make her come around, come the walk her body on top of furniture. Every time she come in, she go tell me make her come they clean her corridor. Say she know they do like stains, so she say make her be a janitor. How we gonna finish for the kitchen? Something where we start for the floor. This one thing that got me tripping. Is this one thing that got me wild? Is this one thing that got me tripping? Is this one thing that got me wild? Why? She's a youth, she want live the life. She want do all of the things where she fantasize about. Burn some fat, we go and exercise. We go in the morning first. And in the noon, Shadi say she wanna go again. She wanna come again, only if I call again. Under the moon, we might make a son. She say, I like me when I'm with you. When you split my thoughts in two, make me one burn up my cool. Me one work need your tool. She say make her come around, come the walk her body on top of furniture. Every time she come in, she go tell me make her come they clean her corridor. Say she know they do like stains, so she say make her be a janitor. How we gonna finish for the kitchen something when we start for the floor? When we start for the floor. Let me say this one thing that got me tripping. Is this one thing that got me wild? Is this one thing that got me tripping? Is this one thing that got me wild? With you, when you split my thoughts in two, make me one burn up my cool. Me one work, me need your tool. Is this one thing that got me tripping? Is this one thing that got me wild? Is this one thing that got me tripping? Is this one thing that got me wild?
Ne pense plus à lui, tu te fais du mal, s'il te plaît, n'y pense plus. Il a souillé ton âme, toi tu t'es battu. Ton cœur est plus précieux que de l'or. Ne pense plus à lui, pour un homme tu ne veux plus voir le jour. Des milliers d'entre eux rêvent de te faire l'amour. Ton corps est aussi beau que l'or, que l'aurore. Encore tu pleures pour une histoire de love. Ils vont encore dire que t'as qui ne parle que d'amour, ou d'amour. Mais c'est toi qui demandes à être consolé. Moi je suis ton ami, les amis font ça toujours. Donc on va parler. Tu t'es plié en quatre pour un salaud. Et pour vous tu t'es donné sans contrôle. Lui il a planté le couteau et il a regardé ton sang couler. Et depuis tu ne sors plus. J'ai demandé, on m'a dit tu ne manges plus. Mon avis tu voulais. Oh, ne pense plus à lui. Tu fais du mal, s'il te plaît, n'y pense plus. Il a souillé ton âme, toi tu t'es battu. Ton cœur est plus précieux que de l'or. Ne pense plus à lui. Pour un homme tu ne veux plus voir le jour. Des milliers d'entre eux rêvent de te faire l'amour. Ton corps est aussi beau que l'or. Que l'or. Tu veux ta mort, tout ça pour un petit fils de je n'aurais jamais pensé qu'une femme comme toi puisse tomber aussi bas. Tu l'aimais, lui il t'a fait payer. Aujourd'hui tu le maudis. Moi c'est toi que je maudis et tu vas comprendre pourquoi. Personne ne t'a forcé à rester. Non, non, personne ne t'a forcé à rester. Tu étais tellement fier de vous, fier de vous. Aucun homme ne pourra te faire tomber. Non, non, aucun homme ne pourra te faire tomber. T'es la fille de ta mère, le bijou de ton père. Lui, il est qui? Lui, il est qui pour te faire pleurer? Ne pense plus à lui. Lui, il est qui? Lui, il est qui pour te faire pleurer?
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Here at Today, we bring you what you need to hear.
This is what they're going after. They're not going to
Let me learn it has to be applicable to all situations.
No, it cannot be because when the evidence.
Some people are not sure of 1 meal a day. in a society with such huge potentials.
If a criminal passes that place, whichever means he used in passing, and you turn around to blame the citizen, for instance, people will ask you, were you not there?
Malaria kills Nigerians. Malaria.
News.
This is the World News. I am Annie Abdul Salam. In the headlines, Federal Executive
Sports and entertainment.
Straight up to football on the show.
This is Today. Every day, 24/7, 365. We are your official all-year radio station.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News at noon on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Kalada Kurubatubo. The headlines. Police rescued two abducted students of Bethel Baptist Secondary School in Chikon local government area of Kaduna State. Nigeria Center for Disease Control records low testing for COVID-19 in some states in the month of July. On the foreign scene, assassination attempt of Madagascar president foiled. Stay tuned for the news in detail. Two of the abducted students of Bethel Baptist Secondary School in Chikon local government area of Kaduna State have been rescued by police operatives. The students were rescued on Wednesday evening by police operatives in Rijana area along the Kaduna-Abuja highway. The spokesman of the Kaduna State Police Command, Mohammed Jalige, told newsmen that the two abducted students have been taken to a police medical facility where they are currently undergoing medical examination. 121 students of Bethel Baptist Secondary School in Chikon local government area of Kaduna State were abducted from their hostels by bandits on July 8th. No fewer than 4 policemen were feared killed when gunmen attacked a checkpoint in Obeagu Amechi community in Enugu South local government area on Wednesday night. Though the casualty figure remains unclear, residents told newsmen they counted 4 bodies of slain policemen after the attack. At least 2 passersby, including a pastor and a member of the neighborhood watch, were also said to have been gunned down during the attack, which took the policemen by surprise. Enugu Police Command confirmed the attack but said it would present the casualty figure later. The Committee on Public Accounts has prayed the House of Representatives to issue warrants of arrest on Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, Group Managing Director of the Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation, Mele Kyari, Sole Administrator of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Effiong Akwa, Chairman of the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Elias Mbam, and 50 others. The committee, in its report on the audit reports by the Office of the Auditor General of the Federation for years 2014 to 2018, which is awaiting consideration by the House, heads of 54 ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government allegedly refused to answer audit queries. Consequently, the committee, which is chaired by Oluwole Oke, prayed the House that all chief accounting officers of the 54 government agencies listed that refused appearance to defend their positions during the public hearing without any written reason should be issued a warrant of arrest to compel their appearance to respond to the matter within a week. A weekly epidemiology report from July 5 to July 11, 2021 on the website of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control has revealed that some states have reduced testing while the country has recorded a 77% increase in the total number of reported cases of COVID-19. The number of cases rose from 392 2 weeks ago to 693 last week. The number of discharges dropped by 87% from the 400 and 33 persons discharged 2 weeks ago to 57 discharged last week. Over 14,130 persons have registered online ahead of the physical registration of voters in Rivers State. This was disclosed by a document released to Today FM by the Independent National Electoral Commission in Rivers State. The commission revealed that the physical capturing of voters will commence on the 26th of July 2021 for both the people who have commenced the process online and those yet to begin. The commission also added that the physical exercise will involve capturing of fingerprints and photographs and issuing of temporary voter cards. Meanwhile, information from the Office of the Resident Electoral Commissioner in the state, Obo Efanga, indicates that over 752,011 persons have been registered online across the 36 states of the Federation, with Osun State taking lead with 232,808 registrants. Reactions have been trailing the calls by the People's Democratic Party caucus in the House of Representatives for the prosecution of officials of the Nigerian Communications Commission. In a statement issued on Tuesday by Kingsley Chinda on behalf of his colleagues, the PDP lawmakers alleged that the NCC officials who appeared before the House to explain the possibility of the electronic transmission of election results lied under oath by claiming that only 49% of the country have the 3G network. But reacting to the call, a member of the All Progressives Congress, Lawrence Chuku, wondered why the PDP lawmakers would refuse to believe the agency saddled with the responsibility of determining the rate of internet coverage across the country.
It is surprising to me how this crop of legislators want to be holier than the Pope. The Commission saddled with the responsibility of internet facilities in the country has given evidence to the extent or otherwise of their preparedness for electronic transmission of results, and their response is negative, wherein comes prosecution and perjury. The opposition should know that they can't be given the opportunity to hack and rig the forthcoming elections. The basic truth is that about 40% of our communities in this country are devoid of internet services. Why then differentiate voters from these areas? The PDP caucus and Honorable Oko Chinda should remember that they had the opportunity of improving on network services in this country, but they failed woefully to do that. They should therefore let Nigerian Communications Commission and its director, Obale Master P. Everything must not be politics in this country. We should be able to accept the realities on ground.
The former caretaker committee chairman of Obiakwa local government area of Rivers State also made a case for option A4 system of voting in Nigeria.
If I'm a legislator, what I should even propose today is direct voting. That is, follow your leader. Let there be manual counting. If you feel you're on ground at every polling unit, if the candidate's not there, you put the poster. Follow your leader. Let them count one by one and record results and count the results across. Because today, like I said, the NCC has said it is practically impossible to transmit election results through internet because of these internet services that are lacking in greater percentage of our communities.
Following the recent red alert issued on Rivers and 6 other states, there has been increased compliance to the COVID-19 safety protocols at the Port Harcourt International Airport. Today, FM visited the airport and observed that there is now compulsory wearing of face mask, hand and luggage sanitizing, temperature checks at the entrance. Chairman Car Hire Association, Port Harcourt International Airport, Omagua, Clinton Okiti, who spoke with our correspondent, assured that plans have been made to ensure that drivers and passengers comply with COVID-19 safety protocols within the airport. Clinton Okiti also appealed to the federal government to make activities at the international wing fully operational to boost their business.
I'm also appealing to Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria or federal government. They should see how the international wing will be fully operational. I know they've opened it, they've reopened it, but let it be fully operational because we always have some passengers from that wing. But because it's not fully operational, we're not having anything from that side. People are working, the staffs are working, but the international flights, they've not been coming. So once it's fully operational, this airline that I mentioned here will be coming. Because once the international aircraft comes in, we have passengers from that wing that will take to town or to took to anywhere outside River State. Yes, already we've called for a meeting for that, and we've agreed if the third wave come as they are saying, we are prepared to do what the government have asked us so that the impact will not be much on us or on our customer.
You are listening to the world news at noon on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After this break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
You're still listening to the world news at noon on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome back now to the rest of the bulletin. Ahead of the July 27 State High Court judgment on the suit to determine who becomes the traditional ruler of Iba community in MOI local government area of River State, some indigents of the community have been speaking on their expectations. Saturday, Stanley Ejowo and Obina Mbadike, who spoke with Today FM on Wednesday, said the decision of the court will help restore all that have been lost by the community, especially peace and development of the community.
The judgment proposed on 27th July 2021, deciding who becomes the Royal Highness of Iba community, is a welcome development because Iba people has been without a leader for over 13 good years now. So we are just like a sheep without shepherd. So we are very happy court to give us a man that will mount the leadership of Iba, and that will also enhance development in the Iba, because crisis that we have been incurring to date was as a result of no leader. So if we have a leader today, I think most of the problems which we are facing today will be resolved.
I think it will rejuvenate the joy and the vision of development in the community, because as it stands now, so many people have been awaiting the judgment. It is a high time that everybody will come together and make it and move forward.
The respondents also advised anyone who may emerge the winner to carry everyone along in the interest of the community.
In every contest, there must be a winner and also a loser. Three of them contest, and that is the Chief Yenke, Jonah, and Uva. Whoever that emerge, all of them are sons of Ida. Who advise if anybody emerge, he should embrace the loser, because there is nothing we can gain out of a crisis.
Because this case has lingered for almost 30 years now. Anybody that loses should support whosoever that wins. In this kind of thing, there should be no victor, no vanquish, and the land belongs to all of us, so that we will have a common front.
It may interest you to know that the crisis, which started in 2008 due to chieftaincy tussle, claimed the lives of several persons, destroyed several houses, with many inhabitants deserting the community. The Elele Alimini Supreme Council of Chiefs has rejected the installation of Oha John Wane as the head of Red Cap Chiefs and traditional ruler of Elele Alimini community in Emoa local government area of River State. This is because the leadership of Elele Alimini Supreme Council of Chiefs and the Oha in council are insisting that the community has no history of royalty, contrary to claims by some persons. In a statement jointly signed by the chairman, Elele Alimini Supreme Council of Chiefs, Chief Augustine Ngbomo, and the head of Oha in council, Oha Abat Wodo, the council noted that the community is peacefully governed by the Council of Chiefs and that from time immemorial, nobody or family has been recognized as royalty. The statement, which further noted that the Oha in council remains under the headship of Oha Abat Wodo, urged the general public to discountenance the said inauguration of Oha John Wane as the headship of Oha in council of Elele Alimini. They further warned that anybody found parading himself as the new head of Oha in council or paramount ruler of the community will be sanctioned in accordance with the customs and tradition of the Elele Alimini people. On the foreign scene, the Prosecutor General Office in Madagascar has said it foiled an assassination attempt on President Andre Rajolena and arrested several foreign and Malagasy suspects. Two French people are among several arrested in the Indian Ocean island nation on Tuesday as part of an investigation for undermining state security. Several foreign and Madagascar nationals were arrested on Tuesday, July 20, as part of an investigation into an attack on state security. During the country's Independence Day celebrations on June 26, the military announced that they had foiled an assassination attempt on their boss, who is also the president's right-hand man, General Richard Ravalomanana. South Africa's jailed ex-president Jacob Zuma was granted compassionate leave from prison today so he can attend his brother's funeral. Zuma was sentenced to 15 months in prison for contempt of court last month after snubbing graft investigators probing his presidency. He turned himself in on July 8. His imprisonment sparked riots and looting that escalated into the worst violence since the end of apartheid, killing at least 276 people, according to the official count. Zuma is on trial for allegedly taking kickbacks from an arms deal with several international companies in 1999 when he was vice president. He seriously denies any wrongdoing. In sports, the show director of the Olympics opening ceremony has been dismissed one day before the event is due to be held. Footage of Kentaro Kobayashi from the 1990s recently emerged, in which he appears to be making jokes about the Holocaust. Japan's Olympic chief Seiko Hashimoto said the video ridiculed painful facts of history. The dismissal is the latest in a string of scandals to hit the Games. Tokyo 2020, postponed last year because of the COVID-19 pandemic that has constantly threatened to derail the event, has seen 3 men forced to step down since the start of 2021. In entertainment, popular video streaming service Netflix is set to include free games in its users' subscription soon. The company made this known in its 2021 second quarter letter to its shareholders. In the release, the company revealed that it is in its early stage of expanding into games as a new content category. This new move will come to the users at no additional cost, as they can access the games through their membership subscriptions. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Police has rescued 2 abducted students of Bethel Baptist Secondary School in Chikan local government area of Kaduna State. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control has recorded low testing for COVID-19 in some states in the month of July. On the foreign scene, you heard that an assassination attempt on Madagascar President Andre Rajolina has been foiled. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Bemendukai. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands on a regular with soap and running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Kalada Korubatibo. Stay tuned. Lovely conversations lined up for your listening pleasure.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports.